Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Road America, America's National Park of Speed, as we get set for PSSA. Ralph Shaheen, Ben Sissel with you. Great way to kick the day off, Ben.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day out there. We had one of the prettiest sunsets I've ever seen last night here at the track, and that's usually a good hint to some good weather here. When we were loading in, you can see some clouds in the background there, but when we were loading in, we had heard of rain, possibility of rain at the end of today, and it doesn't look like that right now. So it should be a really good day with PSSA on track here for their second feature race.
Basically looking at two variations of race car here. You got the Revolutions and the Radicals.
Yeah, so the three cars up front are the Revolutions. The two front with those flat rear wings are the Evo, the new Revolution Evos. And then Hinojosa is in the Revolution in PS1. Then we've got Rafe Baskin, Farouz, Hagihi, and Keith Taylor. So there were 7 yesterday and only 6 today. So 3 Revolutions and 3 Radicals. And this will be kind of the Radicals just don't have the engines of the Revolution. So the Radicals will be in their own race and the Revolution's in theirs, but we got some great shots at the go-kart track there.
Yeah, it's busy over there. I believe John Ulmer is the one car that didn't make the call here this morning. He had some issues yesterday, so that could explain that.
Yeah, so it's Ron Fletcher in the number 47 Batman car up front, then Zach Mosley, Chris Hinojosa, Rafe Baskin, Farouz Hagihi, and Keith Taylor. And we saw Keith Taylor and Farouz going at it yesterday. They were actually probably the best race on the track.
Oh, no doubt about it. There were some corners they changed position twice. So that'll be one fun one to keep an eye on.
And then you can see a shot there of the kink. What I think is the scariest corner that we see all year. And, you know, ironically, the second scariest, I think, is turn 10 at Sonoma, and they're very similar. Just a gradual, high-speed right-hander with a giant wall on the left.
Yeah, and the thing about this one here, and I can back up what you're saying because I've raced here and have gone through that kink in a race, and it gets your attention, not just the first lap, every lap. You know, I mean, you're coming straight at that cement wall, and then you just turn to the right.
And it's a blind turn, so you don't know if somebody's sideways in front of you until it's too late. In fact, I believe the worst TA2 wreck that I've seen with leaders was here in, I believe, 21 or 20 with at the kink.
Catherine Legg had a huge wreck there in an Indy car.
So did our friend Scott Goodyear. Scott Goodyear wants his formula groups to do the motorcycle part, but it's not FIA approved. Here we go.
Up the hill they come. Flag stand is up to the sky and their left as they come underneath the bridge. Waiting for the green. There we go, and we're racing here on a beautiful Sunday at Road America.
Rafe Baskin wisely just gets right behind Hinojosa, kind of block, because the draft is so important, and they fall in line, looks like in order, through turn 1.
Fletcher taking the lead as they sweep through 1, down the hill through 2, which is kind of a bend, to turn 3. Now you start picking up speed and the draft as you come down through the moraine sweep. And Ben, you're immediately, as soon as you come under that bridge, you're thinking about your braking in your line for turn 5 right here. Challenge for the lead on the outside. Oh, he went in deep, cooked it. He's not going to get the pass done, and he might lose second place, and does, as Hinojosa moves by as they make their way to turn 6.
That happens all the time, and I have to commend Zach Mosley for keeping it together, but it's a risk worth taking, I believe, just because Ron Fletcher took off yesterday, so he wanted to just make this, you know, maybe a low probability pass on the outside of 5 because Fletcher was running really well, but I probably would have advised him to do the same thing. Now he's got to get around Hinojosa.
Sweeping out of the carousel. How much courage did you bring with you to the track today as you head towards the kink?
Quite a bit. They look like they're flat through there.
Yep. Down through Kettle Bottoms here. Maybe a pass for the lead as we set up for Canada corner. Fletcher starting to stretch it out. Hinojosa still doing everything he can to keep Mosley behind him.
No, Mosley passed him there at
Canada
11. Just before Canada. So Ron Fletcher in the Batman car, just like yesterday. Then Mosley. Mosley had the lead for a little bit. Hinojosa.
So will Mosley now be able to reel in Fletcher? He's pulling away from Hinojosa pretty quickly, but Fletcher had opened up a sizable lead here just inside of 3 seconds. So that's what we'll keep an eye on.
Yeah, now he's got to hit all of his marks, keep those Hankook tires underneath him, and almost like he's out there just trying to set a fast time. That's really the only way he can close this gap on Fletcher. And then will Fletcher, kind of seeing him in his mirror, will he let his guard down a little bit and maybe not try so hard to hit his marks and kind of not run the fastest line, but just kind of run a comfortable line?
We say it all the time. It is much easier to be the chaser than the chasee.
Mm-hmm.
You have that carrot out in front of you. You can start focusing on the backside of that race car and just digging to get it. Through turn 6 and 7.
From that vantage point, you can really see the racing line, how it's just worn into the tarmac.
Yep. Through hurry downs over to turn 8. And here you go at the carousel. So long, they basically gave it 2 corners, Ben.
Yeah. Such a difficult corner to get correct and to be fast. But you're also just wearing out those left side tires on the carousel.
I think Mosley's gaining a little bit of ground here. Not a ton, but he seems to be pushing pretty hard.
Just based on times, it looks like the Taylor and Ferruz, the Keith Taylor and Ferruz Aguihi, is the fight to watch back there in the radicals, because they're just looks like they're neck and neck according to the time.
They can't get rid of each other.
So there's Mosley.
All right, so it was just inside of 3 seconds last time by. He is definitely closed.
Oh yeah.
He might have cut that in half.
Yeah,
Let's
it started at the carousel.
Yeah, he really got through the carousel well, didn't he?
But it looks like Fletcher might have, for some reason, higher top-end speed, but from my eyes, they're in the same car.
Yes, he did. Ben, he cut it to within a second, 0.8 of a second, the gap between first and second. That was a huge lap by Mosley. So here's Taylor and Ferruz in that fight for 5th. Taylor's still out in front, but boy, not by much. Ferruz in the draft, headed to 1. Not going to attempt it this time, but maybe Ben setting himself up for a move going into turn number 5.
Maybe
Thinking
3.
about it at 3. Why wait for 5 when you can get it done at 3? And he does. Beautiful textbook pass, and I guarantee you Taylor wasn't thinking that's where it was going to happen.
Yeah, but once he saw him, he gave him room. That was really
Smart.
good racing. It looks like these two have raced together before. That shot at turn 1 with the cottonwoods, it almost looks like it's snowing, but I promise you, it's not snowing out there. It's very warm. Here's the leaders.
If it snows here today, we've all witnessed a miracle. Some of these drone shots, I don't know if I'm supposed to look at the go-kart track or look at what's going on the big track. So much racing going on here at Road America today.
So Hinojosa through the kink. Uh-oh.
We have a battle for the lead. Mosley all over the rear wing of Fletcher. pop over the hill and into turn 14. If Fletcher was nervous before, he's got to be shaking in his boots now because Mosley is really applying the pressure. Up the hill, underneath the flag stand. Let's see what the gap is. Cut down another half a second. He's got it to within 0.3.
Yeah, and Ron wasn't pulling away on the straightaway as he did the last time. So I think Mosley is better in the twisty bits of Road America. That's where he's gaining his ground from Canada corner up to 14. But look at this. We might have a pass for 5.
Yep, that's where he had a big bobble before, but can he maybe right the ship here? Looking outside going to 5. That is the hard way around that corner. On the brakes, looks like Mosley's going to go a little deeper. That's going to be the difference. He still cooked the brakes and went wide, but they come right alongside of each other, but I think they just stayed off of each other.
Yeah, that was incredible. Ron Fletcher hit his marks, was going on the faster line. Every once in a while, though, like I said, Mosley will be able to pull that off. But now Ron knows where he wants to pass.
Yeah.
So he's going to guard 5 like he did. Mosley might be a little bit upset that he didn't give him re-entry, but if you go off the track, it's Ron Fletcher can run his normal race line.
Mosley very good through the carousel and through the kink, which is where they are right now.
Man, that looks fast.
Down to Canada corner. They start working their way back towards start-finish line. Nose to tail, Mosley right up underneath them. Here they come popping up into view as they head up turn 14.
Mosley is 0.9 of a second faster than Ron Fletcher.
Trying to work the draft here this time up the front straightaway. The gap between first and second is just dead even. They are right there. So let's see if Mosley can get a good run through 1 and down through 3, maybe make a difference at 5. You got to expect Fletcher to protect the inside, though. This was the attempt to pass the last time. And you can see Mosley had him, but he just cooked it in too far like he did before and just didn't have the room coming back on the track.
And had those two gone and hit each other, that would have been on Mosley for an unsafe re-entry. Here they go.
Down to 5 again. Not in position this time.
Maybe at 8. Seemed like Paul Menard yesterday in the TA race really liked to pass on the inside at 8.
Yeah, he did. Inside of 17 and a half minutes to go. Again, you're watching the Prototye Sprint Series Association, PSSA, presented by Hankook. All the cars racing on Hankook tires here this weekend, as they do each and every race weekend.
These are our 2 champions. Ron Fletcher, our 2023 champion, received a set of tires and $10,000 cash. Last year, Zach Mosley. So these are good rivals here. We've only had 2 championships, and these are our 2 champions.
They know each other well. It looks like we might have an attempt to pass to Canada. Mosley looked inside. Now the outside, which becomes the inside. Back to the outside. Oh, and around he goes. Mosley just throwing everything at Fletcher, and once again, he ran out of space, time, traction, all the above.
The other T adjective that we say sometimes, but we don't want to, right?
Yeah.
So now it's going to be, was Ron Fletcher having so much fun that he's going to wait on his friend and rival Zach, or he's going to take off? Sometimes we see that because they just love having that. But he's also here kind of testing, working with this new Evo. The first time we saw it was last year at Spring Mountain.
So Mosley comes back by us here. He's now 12 seconds behind Fletcher. But, Ben, He's got 15 and a half minutes to get that done. And don't forget, earlier in the race, he clipped off 2.5 seconds, no problem, in one lap.
Yeah.
Let's take another look at it. Here they come into Canada. At the last second, he dives to the outside, and that's where he made his mistake. He just got anxious.
Yeah, and it looks to me like he might have gotten caught up in a little bit of aero wash. He might have lost some of that downforce on the front end there with those canards, just enough to give him some traction loss and make that rear end sweep around. But his best time is 0.8 of a second faster, 0.9 of a second faster than Ron Fletcher. And now Ron Fletcher,
if he starts clipping off a second or so on a lap with 15 minutes to go here, he could get one more shot at it.
yeah, he might be there for the white flag lap.
But what you have to wonder, too, is he's put a lot of stress on those Hankook tires.
Yeah, and then where is Fletcher going to meet lap traffic? Because if Fletcher meets lap traffic, around the carousel or something like that, that might slow him down.
Speaking of the carousel, there they go. To the kink. Hang on, deep breath, hold it. Got through. That is such a battle between your brain and your right foot. Because your brain is going, what are you thinking?
Yep.
And your right foot is going, I'm thinking we're staying flat.
So there's our lap traffic. So that's not going to be an issue because they're coming through 6 right now, and he's in between Canada corner and 14. So it may be an issue right at the white flag, but it's not going to be an issue here soon to make Mosley make up a lot of time.
That's the biggest gap I've seen between Ferruz and Taylor all weekend, and it looks like it's about a second and a half, maybe just around 2 seconds, as they run 5th and 6th.
Different lines through the carousel, though. See that?
Oh, yeah.
Ferruz is kind of running that middle.
So Mosley, 13.75. So he lost a little time on that last lap.
Yeah, you might be right. He might have lost a little bit of grip in the tires.
Wore
he
the
might have
goodie
flat
off.
spotted.
You wear that goodie off, you got not much left, right?
So it'll be interesting to see. Or he might just be checking everything, talking on the radio to his crew, telling them what happened. But there wasn't contact.
Oh, no. No, they've raced very hard here today. And there's a couple of times, especially that one coming out of 5, where they were right alongside of each other with Mosley going over those big rumble strips and just even not wanting to make contact. Those rumble strips can move your car around. And now all of a sudden Taylor has closed right back up on Ferruz, and we have a fight for 5th again. Under the flag stand, headed to 1. Ferruz running the quicker line. Taylor looking inside at 1. Nope, not this time.
I think he was just trying to get in his mirrors, trying to distract him a little bit. But if he can get behind him, we might see something here at 5, Ralph.
And that's a great place to do that, Ben, going into turn number 1, because turn 1 can suck you right in. It's easy to think you can go a little bit deeper, and then you end up in that big sand patch over there. Taylor too far back here, going to 5 this time. Ferruz, nice, comfortable line through there in that 007.
Keith Taylor staying right behind him, though.
Fletcher just ran a 2:12.6. There goes Mosley with an 11.4. So Mosley has found his rhythm again.
Yeah, he ran a 2:09. That's his best time.
So he has cut it down to 11 and a half seconds. So he took almost 2 seconds off that last lap.
So last lap, Ron ran a 2:12 and Zach ran a 2:10.
They've got just a tick inside of 11 minutes to go, Ben. What do you think?
I don't know. It depends on if they meet this lap traffic, but I think the lap traffic is far enough ahead. But anything can happen because, Ron Fletcher can miss an apex and, you know, struggle to get back on the track somewhere.
Sometimes when you're out front and everything's going super smooth, you get too comfortable with it. There's Baskin tipping a wheel at turn 2, headed to 3. He's got the lead in class with all the radicals. 4th overall. Headed over to turn 5. Ferruz and Taylor crossed the finish line.
Ooh, I heard a little bit of a lockup there.
Yeah. It's like a 126.5 to a 120. No. 222 to a 223.
Yeah, but I don't know if Ron Fletcher's going to be able to catch this lap traffic in time for it to be meaningful in any way.
For Mosley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is Ron Fletcher's race to lose, basically.
It is. And it'd have to be honest, it'd have to be a sizable mistake. Fletcher crosses the line now. I think he's going to. Oh, look at this. Taylor inside at 5. Makes the pass. We have a new 5th place car. Mosley across the line. Let's take a look at the replay here, how that pass got done. Taylor dipped inside. Ferruz gave him all the room he needed, and I'll have to try to find a way back around him.
They are staying together, though. Ferruz running the faster line out of the carousel. Can he hold it to the kink and try to make a pass before Canada?
Mosley did not pick up enough speed on that last lap, Ben, to cut that gap close enough to really make you think he's charging. He's got 8.5 minutes left to go, and he's 11.3 seconds behind. Oh, smoked by Taylor. Looked like he might have gone a little deep into the corner of Canada. Through Thunder Valley now. We'll see him pop up over the rise as they come through 13. There they are, setting up for 14 now, the final corner. So important to get a good run up the front straightaway.
Looks like Ferruz took the faster line through there. Now it's just, can he get behind in the draft and get sucked in before turn 1?
He's definitely got the draft. Peeking inside at 1. This could be beautifully executed by Ferruz. Yes, that is exactly how you get it done at turn 1 of Road America. And he carried a lot of speed through 1 and gave himself about a half a second or more gap back to Taylor by the time they got to 3.
Yeah, I feel like Taylor had to just kiss his brakes just a little bit. And he saw him there on the side. It was a textbook pass. Taylor knew he was there. And now can Taylor get back at him?
So Fletcher just crossed the line as the back end of the field was coming into the Moraine sweep. So with 7 minutes to go, I think Fletcher will get to them. It's just a matter of when and how quick does he get through. Mosley's across the line, had a pretty good lap, showing 10.8 seconds back. So he picked up a good half a second, maybe a little bit more on that last lap. He's going to need a lot more than that with 6.5 minutes to go.
Ron Fletcher, though, he's a tough one to rattle. He's just out there. I'm sure Jason's telling him, just hit your marks, relax. Let it come to you. All right, where is Taylor going to get back at Ferruz here? You think he's going to go Canada, or you think he's going to try for something at turn 1?
I think he likes turn 5, which means you got to get through 1 right, because it all links together, right? If you get a good run through 1, down through 3, then you carry all that speed through the Moraine sweep. It's really good under braking here at Canada. Picked up some space there. Chipped away at it.
But you're right, that pass started with Taylor locking up just slightly at Canada corner.
Yeah.
But he's right behind him.
He's on him now, and he's right in his wheel tracks, working that draft. You have plenty of time up this long front straightaway to think about where you want to make a move. Not in striking distance going into one, but that's okay. Look how he closes up right at the apex of one. Now they begin the run downhill through the bend at turn 2, and he's even closer going to 3.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's setting himself up for 5 again.
Yeah. Here he comes. Moraine sweep as we go under the Sargento Bridge. He's in a good spot if he wants to make a run at him.
We are white flag on the 4-7 next time by.
Not quite close enough this time.
Ferruz is running a very good line.
Yeah, he's protecting the position well, but he's still running very fast line.
But man, Taylor is good on the brakes.
Here's Hinojosa, 3rd overall. Really like the look of these.
Yeah, and I prefer
Revolutions.
This Revolution over the Evo. I just like that rear wing like that.
Yeah,
it just matches the body contours. May not be as fast, but it looks better. So it's, which is more important to you?
Right. Being the style guy that you are.
Yeah, and I'm not a good enough driver for a wing to make a difference.
Well, there is that too, right? Okay, here's that fight for 5th. Nothing changed there yet.
Okay, so Fletcher's coming up to take the white flag. You can see the starter getting ready to display the white flag.
Oh, looking inside. Taylor at 1. No. Fletcher across the line.
So we're on the
white flag is out.
Last lap for Fletcher.
That's going to take all the wind right out of the sails of Mosley. Cut it down to 9.5 seconds. So Mosley still putting in very, very good laps, but on the white flag lap, 4 miles just isn't going to be enough to make up 9 seconds.
Anything can happen. But
that it can.
I would bet against that.
Well, the bat signal is out at the start-finish line on this one. Just bring it home, Fletcher.
There's the lap traffic.
Yeah.
So that could happen between 12 and 14.
Right around Canada corner, maybe.
And Ron needs to be aware the car behind him is not a threat. And these two are in their own race, so they might not be looking in their mirrors for him.
Yep. Don't do anything silly now.
Ron is smart. He'll just let them go through 14.
Yeah.
And then he'll make a pass.
Get him on the front stretch. He doesn't look like he's pressing too hard to get around. Oh, we got one off here.
Or he could let these two have another lap.
That's Baskin on the inside, who is leading that category.
So this is now for second.
It's now for first and second in category, right?
Yeah, in the radicals.
Ferruz leading up the hill. Taylor right behind him. Fletcher coming for the overall win. He gets it.
Now, had Fletcher not pass them, they'd still be racing.
Right. But Ferruz will get the win in the radical category, with Taylor finishing second behind them. And unfortunately for Baskin, who led the whole thing, he ends up third in category, sixth overall. And Mosley clipped it down even further to 8.7 seconds. So unfortunately for him, he was very quick today, just couldn't put it all together.
Yeah. And Rafe looks like he had some kind of a mechanical there and pulled off right in front of the corner worker station on driver's right inside, where we could just do a local yellow instead of a full course caution.
And we thank him for that. And Hinojosa will finish third in category with the Revolutions and third overall. There's a look at the results page. As the Prototye Sprint Series Association, also known as PSSA, presented by Hankook, wraps up their weekend here at Road America. They're done for the day, right? Yeah, that's it for them. A couple of good races over the course of the weekend, and Fletcher will make his way over to Victory Circle here at America's National Park of Speed. Once Fletcher got out front, the Batmobile, there was a couple of good attempts by Mosley here at 5. Just got a little too deep there. Then lost the spot to Hinojosa as well. And this was a fight which ultimately ended up for the win in the radical category between Ferruz and Taylor. And here's Mosley again at 5. Thought he was going to have the shot at the lead back. Look how close they got to almost touching there. And with that, Ron Fletcher ends up taking the lead and the win with our Prototye Sprint Series Association. We'll be back for more from Road America shortly.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Well, this is the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. So here I am in the Pirelli tent. And what we want to do right now is kind of walk you through the process. So Amy Ruman has been nice enough to drop off 4 used sets of tires or beautiful forge line wheels. And then the Pirelli guys, they all just hopped up like they know what they're doing. He's X'd them out. And he basically is the one that's going to mark this and tell them they just turned in 4 tires. They're going to get 4 new tires, and he invoices them. No money is exchanged here at the track. See, he's writing her number here, the number 23 on that beautiful red McNichols Corvette. He's basically, all they're doing is stacking it up with the fronts and the rears. They move down through here. You can see that this is the left front. This is the right front. And now they're coming in here to the dismount. Now these are the forge line wheels. They put them on here. This thing comes in, takes the bead. You can see it. It's about to take the bead and basically squish the tire down. And then they run it through. And you can tell the muscle memory of these Pirelli technicians is unbelievable. This is a lot harder and more difficult than they make it look, as now they're basically coming through to dismount the tires. You can hear everything is through their air compressor. Now they're taking it off the bead. And they've got it fully dismounted. So there is the old tire, and now they put the new tire on. This is the lubing. They just kind of lube the bead, and I did hear that they have to put more lube on the bead for the TA2 tires than on these TA forge line wheels tires. And now they're mounting the tire. Obviously, with the muscle memory that's happening right now with these Pirelli technicians, they've done this thousands of times, I would say. So now they come up here to inflation. And the first thing that the inflator will probably, one of the first things, so they've got these little innards that go inside the valve stem. You can see that. That's what you're pushing when you have to put air into the tires or out of the tires. That goes in. He's airing it up. And you can see this part, I guess, gets kind of dangerous. You don't want your fingers in there when the bead pops that we just heard. And then just in case, they've put a cage around this. And then how many pounds, the first time you inflate, how many pounds are you putting in this?
We're going to find out. It's about 50.
50 pounds, okay. So basically, you put it up to 50 just to get the beads to pop, and now you bring it down to whatever, 30. Okay, so they're going to do 30 pounds. And then it comes down here to balance. And balance is kind of, not that this isn't a science anywhere, but the balancing is really one of the most critical aspects of this, because then the car won't shake or vibrate, and the drivers will feel a lot better. If a tire goes out of balance or a wheel goes out of balance, that can really mess them up. This is the balancer, and this is a computer generated, and it rotates itself, and then it'll tell them where to put the weights. It'll tell them where to rotate and then what weights they need where. So there's the green mark on the tire. And what is it telling you which weights to put where?
So each one of these is a quarter ounce. It's asking for 2 ounces, so you're going to have 8 total. That arrow right there indicates top dead center, which is right here.
Okay. So the green arrow tells the top dead center, and he's putting the weights in there. Then he's going to do it again and see if it passes. Have you ever had a perfectly balanced wheel and tire without weights?
Yeah, it happens from time to time.
That's kind of like a lucky strike.
Yeah, sort of.
3 cherries at the slot machine. So that looks good. That passes, balanced. And now it comes out here, the number 23, and they'll keep the tires together, but then they'll stack them out here. So let's watch this balancing process one more time, because it is pretty neat to watch. So they've got these, looks like these are quarter ounce. So I'm holding right here then 1 ounce of wheel weights. Then they've got this very sticky double-sided underneath, and then they have to be flexible, obviously, because they go inside the rim, and then they do everything they can to make sure all the weights are on the inside and not the outside. You know, on your street car, you might have weights that are clipped or adhered to the outside, like meaning what you can see, but the Pirelli, they try to do everything to the inside. So now it's just going around, and I guess the computer device is feeling where it's out of balance.
Exactly, yeah. It's got a sensor inside that can feel the heavy side of the tire.
Well, look at that. I can sense it. I just gave you 1 full ounce right there. And now you're looking for the green arrow for top dead center.
Yep, so we'll line that up.
That's pretty amazing. So then after balancing, they line them back up here, and then it's at the team's leisure to come and pick them up whenever. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Unless they are having to wait for them if it's like a race set or something like that, and we're holding them to be released for the time of a race.
So that is the Pirelli. That's the whole process. I've heard that there's been weekends a few years ago at Sebring. They went through 1,300 tires total with IGT and with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. This weekend they're going to go through about just over 600 tires, and they've got the assembly line working. We're kind of early on. This is just kind of test and practice sessions. But as the weekend progresses, we might see more and more tires rocking through here. But that's how Pirelli does the Pirelli tires for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. A great marketing partner to have in the series. They're doing so much R&D for us, and hopefully we're doing the same for them. It's kind of a mutually beneficial relationship, but that's kind of the assembly line here at Pirelli.
Welcome back to beautiful Road America, America's National Park of Speed. Ralph Shaheen alongside Eddie Fuhrer and Dustin Hodges as we get set for our Formula Race Promotions event, the first of 2 races today with this category. And Eddie, we're taking a look at the F1600 Championship here today.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of close racing, a lot of pack racing, 18 cars in this field going to go at it, and they're going to be coming across the start-finish line 2 free wide on pretty much every lap.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those, the drafting group. I love watching these guys because you get those trains of cars running down, and you get, these massive draft packs that start going on these long straightaways in these cars, and it's definitely fun to watch. This is going to be a great race.
And Eddie, we've got quite a title fight brewing in this class as well, right, with the Kahn brothers?
Yeah, the Kahn brothers separated by 15 points going into this race. They were separated by 28 going into the weekend. Gabe ended up on top of that first race, and he was being pushed across the line by his brother Ayrton. They were going 2x2 wide.
Here's a look at your starting field. Take us through this, Eddie. You know these guys better than anybody.
Yeah, Phil Kingham and the Masters class going to start on pole alongside Cooper Travis on row number 1 in his first season racing F1600s. Robert Perona, the accomplished driver coach, has done a lot of work with teams like Andretti. He'll start on row number 2 alongside Gabriel Kahn. His brother Ayrton Kahn is going to start on row number 3 alongside Chase Suppley. Michael Dowden and Wesley Gundler. Gundler set the track record in practice and qualifying for practice and qualifying sessions. He'll start P8. David Adorno and Bob Reed will be on row number 5. Gary Gesselter and Parker Gill coming down from Canada, making his FRP debut on row 6. Greg Peluso and Callum Dunbar on row number 7. Robert Gross and Scott Rubenser on row number 8. The Masters points leader going into the weekend, David Livingston, starting on row number 9 alongside Jack Haydu.
And Dustin, we have 2 categories here. Eddie just touched on it. We have a 1600 and then a 1600 Masters.
Masters for those guys, the old guys like me.
Yeah.
I think the limit, it's 40 is the age limit for the Masters group. And yeah, you've got, and like he was talking about Bob Perona, David Livingston, you got a lot of these guys that are in the Masters category that can steal wins from these kids.
Yeah. That Kingham starting up on the front, right?
Yeah, the pole position for this race decided by the fastest lap in race 1, and you know, one of the interesting things that you're going to see here with all this drafting is that the braking points and the lines that you're going to take throughout practice and qualifying are going to be a bit different when you're in the draft compared to when you're out of it in clean air.
And that beautiful Elkhart Lake blue Corvette C8 making its way through turn 14. Pack is all lining up behind him, and the Corvette's going to head to the pit lane. We're going to start chugging up the hill, and we'll be racing here soon. There goes the Corvette. Here comes the field. Again, beginning the climb up to the bridge, right at the WeatherTech bridge, the TireRack.com bridge. And as they come under that, sky high to the left is where they'll see the green flag. There it is. We're racing here at Road America. Formula Race Promotions F1600 Championship headed to turn number 1. There's that 3 wide we were talking about. As the field tries to find a way through, you see the 113 way to the inside, Perona, but out front it's going to be Phil Kingham in the 47, who started on the pole, taking the early lead, and the lead in the Masters category as well.
I think something's wrong with Perona there. He started falling way back. He is not moving. He's crawling down that straightaway.
Yeah, as soon as he got through turn 1, right?
Yeah.
Good start for Gabe Kahn as well. He was on the outside of row number 2. He's already made up 2 spots up into second place.
Yeah, we got a challenge for the lead here, headed to turn 5. Kingham trying to protect the inside. He's got trouble on the outside in Kahn in the 11, and Kahn's going to get to 5 quicker and take the lead away as they head up the hill under the Corvette bridge to 6.
That battle for third place going on right behind him. Chase Suppley and Cooper Travis, 2 series rookies. Gabe Kahn, a series rookie as well in F1600. So 3 of the top 4 are people in their first year in the series, and then Phil Kingham, the master driver, sitting in between them.
Battle here for 5th. Looks like we might have a change there. Suppley and Kahn fighting over that spot. And everybody running on the Hoosier tires.
Yes, they are.
All the way through the field. Trusting in the purple now as they get ready to head towards the kink. Coming out of the carousel. Here it is, first time in anger.
They seem a little calmer this time than they were in the previous sessions going through there on the first lap.
Well, that could all change when we get down to Canada Corner here, so be careful of what you wish for. Inside, challenge for second. Looks like Travis making the move, and he's going to get it done. Kingham, who started on the pole, now finds himself in 3rd as we pop up over the rise here and set up for 14.
Just keep an eye on some of the runs that these cars are going to get on the exit of 14 here.
You see Kahn already trying to break that draft, hoping that pack of 5 behind him doesn't freight train him down the straightaway.
And Kingham diving to the outside as we come up the long front straightaway. He is dead even as they cross the line with Travis. Who's going to have the shot going into turn 1? Kingham looks like he's back by him, but Travis has that inside. Well, you got to be careful, guys, not touching those wheels in these. Kingham will take second away from Travis. And a great move by Gundler in that 46 now, Eddie. He's closed in.
Yeah, Gundler started this race back in 8th position. He's already made up 4 spots, was on the pole for race number 1, finished second in race number 1, but you always see now you see Gundler heading towards the outside looking for that 3rd spot.
Which becomes the inside when you get to turn 5, and now he moves to the middle. Gundler in that bright white car stays inside. The 17 of Travis moves back to 2nd. Kingham drops to 3rd, and Gundler sneaking inside at 6 here. See if he can make something happen there.
They're just making Kahn's day here. They're just fighting there, just letting him kind of sit there and manage the race.
Kingham does a great job of just coming across the nose as they head into hurry downs.
Gundler on a fantastic run going into this race. There it is, up in the P3. 5
nice
straight
move by
podiums.
Gundler. Coming in here with a string of, 4 straight top 10 finishes. He's a rookie in the series, driving with the Cahill Motorsports gang. Picked up his first race win in the series at Pittsburgh, the International Race Complex there. Also had, a second and a third, so he really put together a great weekend in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, very, very good weekend in Pittsburgh, and a very strong start to the weekend here, getting second.
And now nosing around for the lead. Whoa, Dustin getting a little crazy at Canada Corner.
Tried to go around the
Hoosiers.
outside at Canada. That was pretty impressive there by Travis. But Con being able to keep that lead. And those two, if they just work together, this could be all about them. But it looks like, once again, nobody wants to sit in second place here.
Cooper Travis up here looking for his first ever win in FRP, so battling right between a couple of guys, Con and Gundler, who have already been on the top spot at the podium in this series. And look at Travis go around the outside.
He's got that outside down the long front straightaway. Can he make it happen by the time he gets to 1? Gundler moving over to get in behind him. New leader as we come into turn number 1, and it's Travis in the 17. Travis is he's in his first season racing open wheel cars, right? Spent a lot of time in Spec Racer.
Yeah, he's spent a season in Spec Racer, but one of the interesting things, no karting experience. Didn't step into a go-kart before stepping into a race car, and then look where he is now, leading this field, heading down into 5.
Well, he's got just inside of 18 minutes to maybe get his first win. And he's going to get hounded all the way through this one.
He's up there fighting with these guys. I mean, the cars he's running around are running with some of these big pro teams, and that's the one thing I'm impressed about Travis is that that's just him and his dad wrenching on that car. They're doing their own thing. And it's they've definitely shown that they can hang with the big boys here.
Cooper Travis secured 2 top 5 finishes and his first pole at Pittsburgh. His second place finish there in race 2 was the best finish of his career until maybe today if he keeps this up. Dustin, what's the key to being quick in one of these cars? Because there's not a lot of aero. In fact, there's no aero. Not a ton of power. It's pretty much all driver.
It's all about momentum. That's the big thing in these cars. You scrub speed, you'll never get it back. These cars, you really, really focus on minimal steering inputs. You really focus on not sliding the car too much because everything you do to scrub off speed is going to kill you, especially at tracks like this with these long straightaways. You just can't ever get any of that speed back. And it's one of the reasons why you see these close races 2x2 through Canada Corner because they can't get away because you scrub off a little momentum and that pack will just hunt you down.
Well, and that's the other problem. Like Travis right now, if he makes just the slightest bobble in the lead, he's going to lose, 6 places?
That's right. He's already back to 3rd here, and they shuffled him through on that. Here goes Gundler for the lead.
Almost looks like the start of the race with the first 2 rows side by side. Now almost 3 rows side by side as we go to turn 1. Kahn on the inside in the 11. Gundler on the outside in the 46. He's the new leader.
Look at Parker Gill on the outside going for second place. He started in the back half of the field.
Seems like every time they go through turn 1 there, 2x2, the outside lane seems to have the run. Those guys on the inside are having to pinch it in, and they just keep getting shuffled back every time they go through there.
Parker Gill started 12th here today in that 2014 Piper DL7 Honda. The BGR Piper race cars backed entry. It's orange and black as they head towards turn 5. And he's fighting for 3rd. We got a wide variety of cars in here too, Dustin, age-wise and manufacturer-wise.
Yeah, it's one of the cool things about this class. You can buy a brand new car if you want. There's a couple manufacturers that'll sell you those, but you can go back and buy a car from the mid-'80s, and there's guys running up at the front with it. Cars all the way through different generations, different manufacturers from Australia, Europe, America, all over the place. And it's one of the cool things about it is you've got, you can run a couple different engines, you can run a couple different chassis, and they all seem to be, end up pretty competitive. Oh, we got a car off here in the grass.
Yeah, I didn't see who that was getting set up for the carousel there. Yeah, we have 2 cars that are 1998 models. You have the Van Diemen RF98, the Ream Racing Heritage S&S Company Incorporated car of Greg Peluso. And then you have another 98 Van Diemen JAH Autosports Whole Shot Sportswear, Allison Fitch Industries entry of Jack Haydu.
And we have a full course yellow.
And that's not what we wanted to see, unfortunately. And I would say, well, that's great because it packs the field up, but these guys have been packed up since the drop of the green.
Yeah, I don't think they need to get any more packed up.
No,
They're
they'd
a
like
little
to get
close.
away from each other a little bit. So, Eddie, tell me a little bit about the calendar for Formula Race Promotions, FRP, and their F1600 Championship. Where else are you going?
Yeah, we're sitting right around halfway, just past halfway, and we're going to be heading to a few more tracks, Watkins Glen up in upstate New York, and then New Jersey Motorsports Park down in South Jersey.
Those are both with us at the Trans Am Tour.
Yes, and then we
Fantastic.
will finish up the season, not with Trans Am, on our own at Summit Point in West Virginia.
West Virginia, yeah. Sure. And you run 3 different championships. There's the F1600s, the F2000s, and then the Atlantic Championship.
Yeah, we have such a wide variety of cars stretching across generations, really, and such a fantastic group of drivers. We have over 40 open-wheel drivers contesting this weekend at Road America and looking to hopefully give it their all. And we saw some great racing in F2000 Atlantic, and we have F1600 now.
And all of those championships are running on the Hoosier tires. So let's take a look at some of the highlights here. The battle for the lead. A little bit of a mistake there. That was the 17 of Travis. Just great fights all over this track today, Dustin.
Oh, this is fun to see, and that's why the yellows are always so disappointing in this class. But yeah, I'd love to see these guys keep going here. We hope we can get back to green and they can give us a little better show.
We should be able to do that. We've got just inside of 10 minutes to go. And Dustin, your company, Arrive Drive, provides opportunity for folks if they want to come compete in this series and they're not necessarily looking to do it all on their own.
Yeah, absolutely. We offer full customer car programs. We have a bunch of rentals that we offer driver development programs, and we run 30-plus weekends a year and, so half a dozen different series. And if you want to jump into 1600 or 2-liter or Atlantic or even some of our vintage program, we can take care of people like that. And actually, we'd like to, while I have a chance here, run to yellow, I'd just like to say thanks to Steve Hamilton and EPCUSA.com. They're actually the sponsor of this live stream for this weekend for FRP. So it's EPCUSA.com. They do large-scale IT recycling for large companies. So if you're trying to upgrade all your laptops for your business, don't throw them in the landfill. Give them to these guys and save the planet a little bit.
That's great. Well, we appreciate that.
Keep those tires hot. Keep scrubbing.
I was going to say, what are we looking at after a heat cycle with these things?
So they definitely cool off in the safety car period like this. As you see these guys trying to keep them going there, and you can do your best. They're going to cool off. That first lap after a yellow is always going to be a little hairy, especially going into turn 1, your brake zone. But yeah, you just want to keep side load in those, and really what they're trying to do is you want to keep side load while you're braking or accelerating. So you actually put G's into the tire. A lot of guys just see the scrub on TV and they'll get in the car and just drive left and right, back and forth, and not really helping much from just doing that. But yeah, you got to keep the tires hot, keep the grip levels up so they stay sticky and they don't go flying off the track when we go back green.
And we still have Kingham is still leading in Masters. Is that correct, Eddie?
Yep, sitting 5th overall.
Yeah. Started on the pole, back in 5th. Still very much alive, going for the win here. In fact, probably everybody back to 20th. Still very much alive.
After they pack them all up, yeah, this is going to get entertaining.
And then David Adorno sitting 2nd in Masters right now and 8th overall. It could be a big points day for him because he recently jumped up into 2nd in the Masters standings.
And this is first of just 2 races here today for these guys.
Yeah, they'll go at it again this afternoon, and that will also be streamed right here on SpeedTour TV.
Yeah, this is one of the great things about this is you get to, these cars, you see all these drivers coming through, and you can really get to know them, and it's for the fans that are out there. Come check this out. You'll see some of the guys. You'll start recognizing names in 4 or 5 years. These guys are going to be the pros in the world. So you get to really get in. This paddocks, you have full access. You can go walk around, walk in the tent. I let people sit in our cars. So if you're a fan out there and you really want to get an in-depth look at racing, come check it out, because there's no more access like these weekends. I mean, we'll let you in every corner and see all the good and bad of everything. Looks like they're all getting ready. They're getting antsy.
Yep. Getting in line. Thinking about making smooth shifts here and what they're going to do when they get to one. The Corvette is off the racetrack. The C8 has entered the pit lane. We're looking for the green to get back at it. Should have about 6 minutes of racing left. Plenty of time to swap that lead around a few times.
Hey, it's slow rolling this restart.
You like that strategy?
You know, it's a toss-up.
Pretty good bet you're not going to get a draft.
Not going to get a draft going that slow. And look at that. Look at the jump he gets.
He slowed them all down and then hammers the throttle right at the perfect time. And Wesley Gunder is gone. 46 with a huge lead in this category at least, going into turn 1.
We'll see how if he can hang on to that in the second straightaway here is that group behind him.
Now they've got to start working together to catch him.
Yeah, if they don't want him to get away, they need to stay in line and do the old not allowed to bump draft.
Here we come into the Moraine sweep. Let's see what they can do as they head to 5.
And Wesley got a great run coming out of turn 3 there. He is being able to hold that lead is impressive.
See Ayrton Khan now making moves to championship leader. We haven't seen him up near the front that much today, but now he's up into second.
That's car number 3.
Not his original car, had to move to a backup car that he has actually rented after an incident in testing earlier in the week.
Well, he's pulled away for the fight from 3rd, but he hasn't gained too much ground just yet on our race leader. Through Hurry Downs, down to turn 8, and now over to the carousel.
This is such a fun corner. So this is basically in any Formula car here, this should be flat out through the carousel and the kink. No lift, just hanging on. And it's not easy. It might look easy on TV, but it is definitely not.
No, it is not. That is for sure. Oh, we got one off in the background as we come down here through Kettle Bottoms into the wall, and that is going to be a full course caution.
That will definitely be full course, and they are fighting it out. They know it's coming. Look at
And with about 3 minutes to go, that could be a real problem to seeing this one go back to green. So this might be for it all. Coming through 14. Headed up the hill. They'll be looking for the double yellow.
I don't see flags.
Not seeing it yet. Oh, here it comes. And there it is as they crest over the hill. And the first one to the line will be Gundler in the 46. Kahn, Gill, and then Gabriel Kahn and Cooper Travis in 5th.
Look at that. Adorno's going to get a Masters win.
David Adorno will be the first of the Masters and 6th overall as he just got around Kingham.
Adorno's the happiest guy in the paddock.
Right?
Each time already, even when he doesn't win. So
exactly.
Now he's going to have an even bigger smile.
And he took a class win in this category at Pittsburgh as well, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And he finished 5th there, which was the highest finish for a Masters driver in 2025. And today, he's 6th. So he's on it, and on it at the right time. So inside of 2 minutes to go, my guess is, guys, we'll see the checkered flag when we come across the line this time.
Yeah, I don't see him getting another, 2-minute lap out of this. Always exciting racing, though. So it keeps you on the edge of your seat. You never know what's going to happen next.
Well, and there's the checkered flag as they come up out of turn 14 and start to climb up the hill. Not just yet. He was waving it, and then he pulled it back in, and I guess They're not quite ready for that yet. Well, if you like that, stay right where you are because we're doing it again.
That's
Coming
right.
up this afternoon. How much will you do to these cars, Dustin, in between two races today?
So you know, they'll bring these guys in. They'll do a full nut and bolt on the entire car. So you check every nut and bolt, make sure it's still tight. Check your brake pads. Some of the teams might even do a quick brake bleed between the session. You're making sure radiator padding is still there. Radiators are still sealed, so there's no air going by them. You know, you're going to check oil levels. You're going to download data, look at video, go make some adjustments on the car, make the adjustments on the driver. You know, it's a lot of work to do in a few hours to get the cars turned around. You know, and get them. You can cut some corners, but if you want to run at the front, you got to do it right.
And how much data are you pulling off of these cars? What type of data?
So it really depends on the team. Some teams will have a minimal setup. Some teams have a lot more. But the basic stuff is brake pressure, steering angles, throttle, the G meter, and you're really looking at that kind of stuff to work with the driver. You know, some of the teams, if you really get too far, and I don't think a lot of teams in 1600 have shock pots and all that kind of stuff going on. But yeah, it's really the data at this level is more focused on driver training as it is for car setup.
And if somebody wants to get a hold of you with the Arrive Drive, where do they go?
ArriveDriveMotorsports.com. We're on Instagram, Facebook, Arrive Drive Motorsports across the building. Or just find us at a local track. We run 30 weekends a year. If you're ever at an SCCA, FRP, SVRA, HSR, WRL, you know, just find us.
I think they're going to go in the pits to take the checker flag.
To the pit lane instead of going all the way around.
Yeah, they must have dropped the checker down there at Canada on them or something.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be careful. I've seen guys. I remember Mark Martin once pulling off when the white came out, thinking it was a checker. I mean, he can get all the way there and still have a problem.
A few years ago, we were running 1600, and Bryce Aaron, who's running Indy Lights now, was running with Cahill, and Chris Kaiser actually called checker at Homestead, but it was the white, and Bryce was winning and came in. And everybody else just went by and took the checker. And, yeah, because this was like sun setting. Yeah.
So there is the checker. They'll take it on pit lane so we can keep moving forward with the program. And we will give credit now to Wesley Gundler for taking the win. There you go. Ayrton Khan will keep himself at the top of the points then, Eddie?
Yeah, he will. I wonder if David Adorno might have actually done enough to take the championship lead in Masters. It's going to be very close between him and David Livingston now.
So Parker Gill, Gabriel Kahn, and Cooper Travis are all the top 5 overall, and they're top 5 as well in the F16 championship, 1600 championship. And then you're going to have David Adorno and Kingham, who are going to be 6th and 7th, but they will be 1 and 2 in the Masters category, with Robert Perona finishing 9th overall, and he will be 3rd in the Masters category. So congratulations to everybody on a fine run here today, and we look forward to seeing everybody back here later this afternoon to do it again. Quick look at the highlights here as they took the grain and the pack racing got underway. Kingham started on the pole in that pretty blue 47, but he ends up dropping back to 7th overall, but he'll get a 2nd here in the Masters category. A few different cars took a shot at the lead, but in the end it's Wesley Gundler who ends up seeing the checkers first. So for Dustin Hodges and Eddie Fuhrer, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long for now from Road America. Congratulations, Wesley Gundler. Cube 3 Architecture TA2 presented by Pirelli, coming up soon.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
All right, we're going to get in the weeds here from a technical standpoint. This is the Cool Box, the iceless driver cooling system. Very cool technology developed by two TA2 drivers. So we've got Victor Chopla here that competed in the Western Championship last year. So tell us about this box and why it was developed.
You know, it was developed because you obviously cannot perform as well in a really hot race car, just like the TA2 car, when you're super hot. So, you know, you have to lower your body temperature in order to compete at a better level.
But really, the emphasis that I love is it's iceless. You're not carrying around a bunch of weight in a cooler. It doesn't take up a lot of room, obviously, inside the car.
Yep, we tried to make it as lightweight as possible, but as efficient as possible, where it still works at super high temperatures. and we designed this box to just be bulletproof and work under, you know, all circumstances. If it's 110 outside, it's going to be 160 in the race car, and this box still needs to perform to a point where the driver of the car is not going to overheat, and it's going to feel like he has ice cold water going through his vest. So we basically designed it originally for us because we know, you know, what it takes to be in a hot race car like that. So, you know, that's basically the background of why we started the company in the first place.
A few years ago, we were at Indy, and Amy Ruman got out of the car. It was about 100 degrees outside. They put a laser in there. It was 175 after her cool-down lap inside the car, which is you could legally cook meat at 160. So driver comfort, you can concentrate a lot better when you're comfortable. If you're sweating, if you're irritated, you sort of get the red mist. So Matt Rivkin, talk about the driver comforts when you're in the car.
Yeah, it's a really big deal to be comfortable inside the car, and it's not just the comfort aspect. It's also how you're functioning at such a high level when it comes to racing a car that you need to be on top of your game at the highest level. So if you're suffering from not necessarily heat exhaustion, but if you're overcooked in that sense, you're not going to be able to make the same types of decisions. And think about these races; they're 75 minutes long, right? So it's a long time to be in the car at, even if it's not 175, even if they're typically around 150 inside the cockpit of the car, it takes its toll. So when it matters the most at the end of the race, that's when you need to be your sharpest. And that's something that these units help you do, is they keep you cool and allow you to perform your best throughout the race and not have to worry about the heat aspect of it and focus on the driving.
Well, I noticed that last year, our Q3 Architecture TA2 Series champion, Rafa Matos, would get out, top step of the podium, hadn't even broken a sweat. It looks like he just got out of like an air-conditioned car, and that really does help mentally and physically in the car.
Absolutely, and Rafa will attest to this as well. He's been using CoolBox. He used it last year, loved it, said it's the only system that actually worked for him throughout the entire race, and it shows. Like, as you said, like, he gets out of the car, and it's like, obviously you're working hard inside the car, you're working physically, but if you can be cool and comfortable, it just allows you to perform that much better.
I would like to add that, it's not really only a comfort thing, it really is a safety thing, because your brain at some point just, doesn't make the same decisions that it would make when your body is actually at a state where, it's cool and functioning properly. Because once you start overheating, your brain goes into fight or flight, and it just doesn't work properly anymore. So I think it's more of a safety aspect having this unit than only a comfort. It's comfort when it's 70 degrees outside, but when it's a hot day out, it's more of a safety thing than anything else.
I know you guys race in all kinds of things. You got out of Audis and started running in TA2, but talk about the driver change aspect in sports car racing or endurance racing. It seems like you have the best system for that.
Absolutely, yeah. So, for obviously TA2 cars, it's open windows, open passenger windows, but it still gets incredibly hot because of how the exhaust is routed and just the nature of the cars themselves. But in other series where you have factory race cars with closed windows, it's even more important, or as important, because it's getting incredibly hot in there. There's no airflow, even with like the Cup cars, right? So they have factory AC. AC does not do much to cool off the driver. So a lot of times what we do with our systems is we'll actually hook up, instead of using a NACA duct for the outside air, we'll hook it up directly to the factory AC to get airflow into our system so that they can now use the vest and cool their body down to 40 degrees while they're in those cars.
Now, one more thing I want to bring up here is this CoolBox system is on Jared Odrick's car. There probably isn't anybody in this paddock that knows more about body conditioning and how important it is to keep your mental and your physical in check. Actually, come on in here, Jared. We were talking after Mid-Ohio, and we were talking about how important that is. So Jared Odrick, former NFL player, first-round draft pick for the Miami Dolphins. I feel like you know more than anybody else in this paddock about body conditioning. So how important is this CoolBox for you?
No, I was just talking about it before coming over here. It's vital. I came into the TA2 series for high-level racing, and in order to do it, you need high-level equipment, and I think that's what the CoolBox is, and it's performed that way ever since they basically saved my ass over at Mid-Ohio. I think it was like a heat wave, and it was like a health warning that we got, like on the local news on the bottom of the health warning, and I look over at my fiance and I'm like, I don't have a cool suit, right? And so then a few calls were made, and the Cool Box guys, you know, came in and saved the day. And there was a unit sent, and I had never used that before, and I was amazed how actually cooling it was. You know, because I had tried a few other ones before in some of the amateur racing that I was doing, but since coming here, this has been in my car, and it's been awesome. And they've been with me every step of the way that I go further and further up the field.
Nice. Now, let's get a little bit technical too, because the intake on this thing is in a really cool area. But we have several different cars here in the paddock. A lot of times it can be on like the passenger window mounted right there. A lot of people prefer that. But the Cool Box system really is such a cool piece of equipment. You can see Jared is putting on the vest that then just hooks up into the box. These little veins run through with basically with cooling liquid inside. What kind of liquid is that?
It's just distilled water. So obviously there's a refrigerant for the AC compressor inside the unit, but we don't want any of that near the body. So it's just distilled water that runs on the body. So if it gets on you, it's no big deal.
And we have actually had in TA2 under different systems, not Cool Box systems, but people were getting burned because the water running through there, the ice would melt and then they'd burn. So having an iceless with a refrigerant is actually, just like you said, such a safety thing, because we've had some drivers get out and they've gotten marks on their bodies because their ice melted halfway through the race, and then it's just basically hot water running through. So I'm with Bob Accardo Jr., who is the longest, kind of the OG of Cool Box with the Make-A-Wish car. But talk about the importance of having a Cool Box in your car while you're driving in the heat.
Man, it gets like 150 degrees inside these cars during the race for an hour and 15 minutes. You die without it, so it's absolutely mandatory. I got one of their oldest ones in my car, and man, things never let me down. I think I've used 2 or 3 of the generations now at this point, and now they got a really tiny one out that doesn't add a ton of weight, even better. And yeah, these guys, they make a great product.
Nice. So if you want that kind of unfair advantage, the competitive advantage in a race car, make sure you check out Cool Box, the iceless cooling system. They're getting smaller, they're getting more efficient and lighter, but they're keeping drivers like Bob here alive. So check out Cool Box.
The trees have witnessed it all. 4 miles of serpentine blacktop etched through the woods of Wisconsin like the scar of speed. From deafening horsepower to screeching heartbreak. Established in 1955, it's rich with history, but history moves fast. Road America, a shining jewel in the crown of American motorsports. For nearly 70 years, drivers have come here not just to race, but to conquer. Every turn tells a story. Every straightaway a sprint into legend. Today, the Trans Am Series returns, bringing with it fire-breathing monsters and a season with as many twists and turns as this iconic course. For Paul Menard, this is more than a race. It's a homecoming. The Wisconsin native leads the TA standings, but he's got company. Chris Tyson is the only TA driver in the field with a Road America win. And last week in Ohio, Matthew Brabham dominated, leading wire to wire. In TA2, 14-year-old Tristan McKee shattered the field last week, set a course record, and became the second youngest winner in Trans Am history. He's taken the points lead from Thomas Annunziata, who enters the second half of this season itching to floor it. The track remembers the bowl. The rest become tire marks on the pavement. This is the Trans Am Racing Series presented by Pirelli. They call Road America America's National Park of Speed, a 4-mile stretch of asphalt that slices through the Wisconsin countryside, through places like the Moraine Sweep, Hurry Downs, Kettle Bottoms, and of course, Thunder Valley. Today is the playground of the machines that make up the Cube 3 Architecture Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. The TA2 cars ready to go right now, right here on Speed Sport 1. Hi everybody, Ralph Shaheen with you alongside the man who is second to Trans Am Series points presented by Pirelli, Adam Andretti. Adam, we've got some really interesting things going on here today. Tristan McKee, dominant a week ago at Mid-Ohio. He's back, looks fast. Thomas Annunziata, who's second in the points now, has a couple of wins on the year. He just came in early this morning from Lime Rock Park in Connecticut, where he won the ARCA race, had a great run going in the Truck Series, and now finds himself in his Cube 3 Architecture TA2 car.
Yeah, and the car has shown speed all weekend long at the hands of Tyler Gonzalez. So we're looking at that 90 car to be going up front. And another one here, we look at Adrian Vlastowski. He's another one that's going to be starting back there. And I promise you he's going to want to really get on the back bumper of that 90 car, because that 90 car is going to be on a mission, and Adrian can kind of take advantage of what that mission might hold. And huge congratulations to Thomas Annunziata and his win at Lime Rock. Did a great job in that ARCA race, and another win for Nitro Motorsports.
Yeah, Nitro's had a very, very busy weekend, haven't they?
Yeah, they're actually 4 different series in 3 states. So they're very, very busy. They have their karting program going on over here at in Road America. So Nick's been running back and forth. So it's been really a pretty special weekend for them here at Road America already.
And if you want to throw another wrench into the mix, Boris said Jr. not available to race here this weekend. But Dad said, well, if you're getting out of the seat, I'm getting in. So Boris said, who's got a win here in IMSA competition, but also has wins here in Trans Am, finds himself back here racing at Road America in a TA2 car. A car, though, Adam, he doesn't have a lot of laps in.
No, but this is Boris said. I mean, and he's going to do a great job in that car. He's going to keep that car clean and take advantage of any opportunity he can get out there. And it shows to the heart that Boris said has. You know, the reason why Thomas Annunziata and Tommy could get over here, he offered the airplane to make sure that they could get back and forth. Nick Tucker along with that. So his airplane was the one that took everyone back and forth from Lime Rock. So, and that's not the first time he's done that this year, is my understanding. So really, really special there. And great relationship is building between those two families.
Yeah, he ran the TA race at Laguna Seca earlier this year, now TA2 here at Road America. So Boris is good friends with Colin Comer, who actually ran in your race yesterday and won the GT1 category in that beautiful ex-John Gooding Mustang, the Mountain Dew car, as you see Annunziata standing there. Boris kind of shamed Colin into coming here and racing, and he won. So now it's a little bit of Colin's turn to put the pressure on Boris, and we had a chance to catch up with Boris earlier in the weekend.
All right, so we're here at Road America, and for years I've seen these kind of cars like this Mountain Dew car, basically the era of Trans Am I grew up in, at our SVRA events. And Colin's always on the top or on the podium with our SVRA events. Last year, Boris said, who raced in this era of Trans Am and in modern era. Boris, you were giving Colin like a hard time. Like I remember at lunch you were like, Colin, your car qualifies in GT1, come run. How did you get him here?
Well, our friend Peter Cunningham, who's a legend here, and he's a board member at Road America, he always gets the glory here. And I'm like, you are better than Peter Cunningham. So take your car out and run it, and here he is on the pole.
Nice, yeah. Pole in GT1, Colin in this Mountain Dew car, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I mean, I'm glad after all these years of coaching Boris, I could finally get out here and show what I could do in a car almost as old as him.
I raced this car once. Actually, yes. Yeah, this was actually a Lions Pride car for a couple races. Yeah. Yep.
And then who's your spotter this weekend?
My spotter is Boris said.
And what will you tell him?
Well, hopefully to go faster. But we have a problem because this is an older era Trans Am car, has a 31-gallon fuel cell. It doesn't have enough fuel to make the race, so we're going to have to do a pit stop here and there, else get lucky with a lot of yellows, so it should be interesting.
All right, yeah, so what's the strategy there? Do you know how many laps under yellow could get you to the finish?
Well, just judging by the fact we got a yellow on the out lap of the qualifying session, I feel pretty good about 25 laps, getting a yellow somewhere in there. So I think if we get 2 laps under yellow,
that changes things.
Or maybe a purple, slow everybody down a little bit, I think we can fuel in 5 minutes, and I can go back out there and try to work my way back up a little bit in GT1.
Well, luckily, we're at Road America, which is our longest lap of the season, so that at least works in your favor.
Finally, something does.
So now last year, your son Briggs in the fan walk was cheering for Paul Menard, even did the Menards jingle. Do you think when I ask him tomorrow who he's cheering for, who do you think he's going to say?
Well, if that little bastard wants to sleep inside, he better say my name.
His go-kart will get taken away.
So I'm hearing from the producer, everybody wants to know, so exactly how much money are you getting from Mountain Dew for this effort here?
Well, they give me all the prize money, so I'm expecting nothing.
Okay. Nice.
But that's okay. But I would like to thank Liberty Firearms Institute for sponsoring me this weekend because they made it possible for me to buy fuel and tires to come here and do this silliness.
Nice. I love that. I love that. But I want to show one more detail. Tell us about this 2.6 car here on the top. And then also as a designer, look at this. His name matches the Mountain Dew font. I love that.
Well, this is actually my true sponsor. This is my wife's race car. My wife Kane and her Bug-Eye Sprite. So I don't know if it's up there for good luck or to warn me if I don't do well or if I crash a car to not come home. I could maybe sleep outside with Briggs.
Adam, nothing like having some good buddies helping you with your racing, right?
A couple characters right there for sure. And that's just kind of flavor, a little bit of flavor of what you see here inside this Trans Am paddock is a lot of camaraderie, a lot of humor, and a lot of competition.
And it should be a great race here today at Road America as they wind their way through this 4-mile piece of beautiful countryside here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We're going to take a quick break. Opening ceremonies will continue. We'll be ready to go racing. Cube 3 Architecture TA2 live on Speed Sport 1.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
No matter how I try.
said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
Looking down on
Looking down on America's National Park of Speed. Thanks, Adam, for we can find the right buttons over here. We are here at Road America, getting ready to go. You see the cars down on the grid, getting ready. So we're going to go ahead and head down trackside to Ben Sissel.
I am here, and I'm starting kind of from near the back because two of our fastest drivers are starting at the rear of the TA2 National. First, now I've had to settle some bets here this weekend. This is my second. We did a great downtown parade to Plymouth, the cheese capital of the world. Adrian went. He was the lead car. I said, $100 if you bump the police car. Sure enough, Tim Richter reviewed the footage, and he says, you owe Adrian $100. So here you go, sir. Now, the reason he's back here, he had to spend the night in jail for that. This is $1,000 bail. No, I'm kidding. They were really good sports about it. But you're starting from the back. You had some engine repairs.
Yeah, we had some engine. We had a valve drop during qualifying. The team did a great job putting the car back together. I feel like we have a really fast CMI spot-on services Ford Mustang today. I think we're going to be moving to the front. But how about this? I bet you double or nothing. We'll go from where we are in the back to the top 7 in the top. We'll end up finishing in the top 7 today. Double or nothing.
It's double or so I owe you $200. Finish top 7. I've learned not to bet against you, but just for the spirit of TV, I will take that. I'm taking my money back, and then hopefully I see you at winner circle. So Adrian, that settled my bets now. Yeah, $200 I owe him. Then Thomas Annunziata, who's doing really well in points, but last night he decided to go run the ARCA Menards and win the race. And he got here, so that's why he's starting from the back, because he wasn't here for qualifying because you're busy winning a race. How was the race out there last night?
I mean, it was wild. Our Toyota Gazoo Racing, Toyota Camry was super fast. Nitro Motorsports gave me a super fast car, and I mean, I didn't know what to think after getting taken out in turn 1 and falling back to last, but if you're going to win your first race, you might as well do it that way with the big comeback. So, no, that was exciting. Truck race was exciting yesterday as well. Positives there. Yeah, I'm exhausted, but we're going to try to fit in another 100 miles today.
Nice. Well, there you go. And technically, I hate to bring this up, but that's 2 times winning at Lime Rock. He also won the SpeedTour All-Stars. He didn't win the battle, but he won the race. So Thomas Annunziata, very good. I've been telling that I've got to kind of rush through here, but Doug Winston here. We got to talk about this new sponsor on here. So much fun, and I know that you're running in memory of somebody this weekend.
Yes, we are. We had a fan who came up here and asked if we would pay tribute to our godfather, who was an official here. So we agreed to do so. So we'll be running in his memory today. So it's really appreciated. Number 98, tradementor.org. Mustang. So hopefully we can put on a good show there and maybe finish a little further up towards the front.
Nice. I love it. So Doug Winston running in memory of Emmett Stain. Will Robinson over here with the Ivy Asset Group doing really well. Beautiful car. I love the green. Then Tom Sheehan in Pro-Am. And then J.C. Monet. We do need to talk to my friend J.C. Monet here. It's his first time to Road America, having a good time. He runs in the Western Championship. You liking Road America? Obviously, you already got a hat.
I got the hat, got the underwear. I love this place. First time here. It's probably my favorite track so far. I mean, it's just beautiful. Scenery. The people are great. The green grass is beautiful. I'm a Midwestern guy originally from Michigan, so this feels a little bit like home. But, yeah, I love the place. Having a lot of fun.
Nice. And hopefully that underwear isn't brown at the end of this race, right, JC? So have fun out there, little shrimp. Then we got Cale Phillips, who was on the podium with us in the Pro-Am at Mid-Ohio just last weekend. Roberto Sabato here running the Italian and Canadian flag. He's got a shop at CTMP. It's great to have him back in the Pro-Am. Jackie is here rooting for Roberto Sabato. Now, here's a weird thing. Boris Said is in Boris Said Jr.'s car, and we haven't determined whether or not our rules say the driver have to match the name, and sure enough, the driver matches the name, so he may be out here getting points for Boris Said Jr. We might be setting that up here later. Eric Caton with Ray Skillman Auto Group, very fast, about to get into his Mustang. Then Keith Prochek, his home track here at Chicago. A lot of HP Tuners staff is here. I know the HP Tuner staff's like a big family. You want to give a shout out to them?
Yeah, just it's my home track. Hi to all my friends and family out there and coworkers from HP Tuners. We're looking to put a good race here. I think it'll be pretty good. So watch for us at the end.
Nice. So Keith Prochek, then Jared Odrick running in the Pro-Am Series, and you can tell that by that kind of teal blue ribbon across the windshield. So it's cool that they're side by side. Thomas Merrill here, former TA2 champion. A little bit of a donut here. Didn't notice that this week, but somebody got into him. Noah Harmon out here running with Cube 3 and Streetside Classics. Then our front runner in Pro-Am, Barry Bowes, giving us the thumbs up. Let me show. So we're looking for Pro-Am is this color ribbon across the windshield, and then it's a SpeedTour blue across for the TA2 National. Valentin all the way from Argentina. Then we've got Tyler Casera joining us again. His best finish was 4th. He hasn't run with us in a while. Great to have him. Tristan McKee, our points leader here with M1. Gian Buffamonte from Chicago. He's been here many times, but mostly at the go-kart track just down the hill. Sam Corey, really great qualifying here. Unbelievable with the Toyota Camry Nitro Motorsports. I still love this old school Toyota Julian DaCosta. This beautiful car right here, the number 30. Then we come up here to the front. Well, here's some fans. Hey, guys, do you have a favorite in this race?
Absolutely. My favorite is Mike Skeen, the GOAT.
Nice.
I'm also going to have to go with the GOAT, Mike Skeen.
Oh, we've got some Mike Skeen fans. And speaking of, the guy on the pole with Guthrie's Garage, Mike Skeen, how's that make you feel?
Pretty good. I'm sure you didn't set that up at all, but no, it's always good to have the fans out here. There's a ton of fans, great grid walk today, and great weather, so hopefully we can have a nice solid race, clean race, and show the fans a good show.
Nice. So we've got two teammates with M1, Corey Day, Mike Skeen, going into Cube 3 Architecture, Turn 1. Gentlemen, back up to you.
All right, Ben, nice job as always down there with our fan walk as the field is all ready to get in behind that C8 pace car. Corvette ready to lead them around here at Road America. So did you know, Adam, that nearby Plymouth, Wisconsin, is considered the cheese capital of the world, and that 14% of the cheese consumed in the United States goes through Plymouth?
I didn't know that until we were heading up here for that Cheese Capital Cup, and what a special event that was for Trans Am and Optima Batteries, Ultimate Streetcar Challenge to be a part of. Really, really, really fun thing. This is what this sport's all about. This was what Trans Am's about, and the Speed Tour weekends. And we're going to see Adrian give a little bump draft right here, maybe.
Yeah. So on Friday afternoon, after everything got completed here at the racetrack, they all lined up behind the police escort here, and look at all the fans lined up along the 6 to 10 mile drive from here at Road America over to Plymouth, cheese capital of the world. And then when they got to the center of town, boy, the party was on, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean a great
Look
party,
at
and I think we even heard on the podium yesterday from Chris Coffey that a little bit too much fun for some of them. They couldn't even discuss it on TV. But yeah, no, it was a great time. The Wisconsin fans are amazing. The people up here are just the salt of the earth and wonderful to be around. And Adrian Blostowski, they're making a lot of fans happy with his autograph and his presence. But yeah, really, really special event and a lot of fun up here for the Cheeseheads.
They got it all figured out over there in Plymouth. What a great time. What a great way to get Trans Am and Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series involved with the local community. Then, of course, sim racing is a big part of the weekend. Every time we bring a Speed Tour event to your racetrack around the country, we have over at the Sim Trailer the Checkered Flag Challenge. Great opportunity for the fans to get involved, see if they can run your pace.
That's, I mean, for me, they'd have no problem running my pace. I'm not a very good sim driver. It's that old dog, new trick type thing. But these young drivers, honestly, this is what has closed the gap, from, the days of old, the days of yore, where we, had to get the track time. This has given these youngsters track time from the very onset. And we have an amazing partner there with Sim Shop to do this. And it puts on a great event. It's a great way to get the fans interacting with the drivers and the drivers interacting with the fans. But they really get to feel part of our experience here at Speed Tour.
So if you make it out to a Speed Tour event, make sure you swing by the Sim Trailer, get up in there and see if you can run a time that matches the time set by our stars of Trans Am and TA2. And we're going to go right back down for more opening ceremonies fun. Here's Ben once again.
Yeah, thank you very much. To deliver our invocation from Road Race Ministries and a huge Trans Am fan is my friend Marvin Gray. Marvin, take it away.
Let us pray. Lord, we thank you to be able to race in the beauty of the National Park of Speed. And as we move towards our nation's birthday, Lord, we remember those men and women who sacrificed that we're able to be here in this great nation. And now we ask your blessing and protection on each and every one who is a part of the event, the drivers, the crew, the officials, the race workers, all those that are part of making this happen, and a special blessing on our fans. Thank you for coming out and supporting us. And now we ask, Lord, that you be with our troops, our safety forces, our emergency workers, all those that protect us and keep us safe, and all the sacrifices they make. In your name we pray, Lord Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Marvin. And ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a treat. One of my favorite national anthem singers that we'll have throughout the season, Anton Pietenpol. I know you're a diehard Road America fan, so Anton, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Nice job, Anton. Way to go. And we are ready to go here at Road America. Adam, let's start talking about this racetrack. What do you love about it?
What's not to love about it, right? It's fast, it's flowing, it's got a lot of passing opportunities. It's just one of the great classic tracks. It's one of those places where if you talk to a driver and say, do you love Road America? And they say anything other than yes, you question if they're really a driver. Because I've never known any driver not to just rave about driving this track. It's a driver's track. It's nothing super complicated about the layout. I think David Hobbs told me once, when in doubt, it's a 90. And but it's the way it's laid out and where you go through, and this carousel that we're looking down upon right now, and what leads after that, the kink, probably one of the most, the highest commitment corner that we have in all of American motorsports at our racetracks is that kink. Everyone will talk about it, and in every car you go through there, I don't care what you're going through there in, it's one of those pep talk moments. You're pep talking your way into that turn. And so this right here, turn 5, great passing opportunity. It gets very, very slick on the dirty side on the inside. But that is where you'll see a great, great deal of passing being made, especially on the start of this race.
Well, Andy Lally, the president of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, jumped in a Corvette to give us a lap around the 4 miles that make up America's National Park of Speed.
Hi, my name is Andy Lally. I'm the president of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, and this weekend we are at Road America. We have been racing in the Trans Am Series at Road America since 1970. The most amount of Trans Am races we have ever done. We have completed 65 events here and looking forward to many, many more. Let's hop in this great car and take you around. You are flying into turn 1 here. Really long back straightaway. A little difficult to pick your brake zone out here. Braking about the 4 marker. Really hard on the brakes here. Going to be 3rd gear. Turn it in slightly early. Slow hands all over that apex curbing and picking up that exit as quick as we can to get that full throttle and get that shot out downhill to turn 3. Braking at about a 250, 275 marker into turn 3. It's going to be down to 2 gears. 3rd gear, find all that apex curb, skinny little exit curb with a little bit of help on the outside. On the power, long back straightaway here, on our way down to turn 5. On our approach to turn 5 here, we've got a downhill braking zone that's got a slight bit of a curve to it. So your weight is to the outside and hard on the right front before you even get on the brakes. Hard on the brakes here, it's going to even out across the front. Pause, lots of apex curb, lots of exit curb, hard on that gas. Again, listen to this thing rip as we come up to turn 6, the Corvette Bridge. Just a medium brake so we don't get too much over the rise here. All of that apex curb, all of that exit curb again. Very friendly curbing here at Road America. Quick switch back to the left side and then an early dive in for the very famous carousel here. You're in this corner for like 7 minutes, it feels like. You're feeling that front end. That left front's given out as you go over the crest of the hill. Typically, if the car's good, you'll get a little bit of rotation. It'll point back down at the bottom. Just nip that apex curb, and you don't have a lot of room to play with. Right, just nipping that exit curb here. Now, real pucker factor, the kink. No brake, big mile an hour, 150 miles an hour at the apex. Just threading the needle right through here. Usable curbing, but man, you don't want to use too much of it here. We've seen horrible, horrible things happen when you miss this corner. That exit speed brings you flying down 180 miles an hour down to Canada Corner. Big, 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 big brakes all the way down through the gears. 2nd gear again, all over this apex curb. Watch the track out curbing because it's a little more slippery than a lot of the other corners. As we sweep into turn 13, another fast corner. Just lifting out to half throttle, all over that apex curb, jumping on it, all over this exit curb, across the access road, bring it back to the left side, hard on the brakes, now medium on the brakes, light trail on the brakes as we dare ourselves. How early can we get off the brake? Still roll that mid-corner speed, and then get on it and rip out of the corner and onto the longest straightaway of the day. Road America, as we cross the start-finish line, one of these guys in our TA2 and GT classes is going to get to win this race, and it's always mega, mega exciting.
And Adam, when you come to Road America, you better pack an extra helping of courage with you.
Absolutely, absolutely. You better just, you got to dig deep into your gut and find it. Like I said, there's a lot of places around here you pep talk yourself, but nothing like the kink. You pep talk yourself into turn 1. It's pretty big speed as you get to the end of this straightaway. But this place is so special and so much fun to be around, and the fans just take it to another level.
And it's a good thing we didn't have a full tank of fuel in that Corvette. I don't think we would have gotten Andy out of it.
He'd still be out there.
You could hear him getting into the throttle. He was having some fun. Speaking of getting into the throttle, let's fire him up, Ben.
Well, thank you so much, Ralph. I'm here with Make-A-Wish. Lucas, are you having fun here with the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Val, are you having fun?
Yes.
Nice. Well, to deliver our most famous words in motorsports with Make-A-Wish, representing Bob Accardo. All right, you guys take it away.
Driver, start your engine!
Way to go, Lucas. Nice job.
wonderful family. I got to meet them earlier just
so
before
into
this
it. I
race.
love it.
And, oh, he is loving it. He's playing with his Matchbox cars that he got there. Got to sit in Bob's car, put the helmet on that Bob gave him. A really special family, and so happy to have him here.
Lucas is a 5-year-old from nearby Onalaska, Wisconsin. Had a liver transplant in 2020 and loves his racing. And we can see that energy, Lucas. And we are all here at the Trans Am family so happy to have you with us at Road America. Coming back for the start live on Speed Sport 1.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Cars are rolling here at Road America, and we love that. This is such a unique racetrack, as we've been telling you here at the beginning of the show. Let's take another look from a different approach, a little bit more graphically, if you will, at Road America. Adam, here it is. Take us through the 14 turns and the 4 miles here in Elkhart Lake.
Well, this is what we love about this map. It shows the elevation change that TV honestly can't do justice. You head up to Cube 3, Architecture Turn 1. Turn 2, not really a turn. It's just a little kink in the straightaway, but they count it as a Turn 2 here at Road America. Go through Turn 3, exit of Turn 3, uber important. As you're going down that hill, you climb in the front straightaway to Mission Foods Turn 5. Probably one of the best passing opportunities, although this place does not lack for passing opportunities. Turn 6 is another one if you can catch them outside there. Turn 7, super fast. 8, you're getting wound down, but you're wound up for that carousel and into the kink of turn 11, 11A, and then turn 12, Canada corner as we know it as well, turn 13 and 14. Again, very important to get out of 14 and up that hill to the start finish.
Just like in Monterey, California and Watkins Glen, New York, street racing was the key here in and around Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Cliff Tuft, after they realized here, just like they did at the other 2 venues, that street racing wasn't the way to go with sports cars. They needed a purpose-built facility. Cliff, who was a highway engineer, got together with some influential people in the Chicago region of the SCCA. They came up with a plan. Cliff, Adam, would drive all around the region here, finding his favorite sections of road, corners, curves, straightaways, whatever it was, elevation changes, and he made notes about all of it and incorporated all of those notes into how he designed the racetrack here. So I don't know where Canada Corner is out in the countryside, but it's got to be a heck of a turn. Here's a look at the starting lineup now as we get ready to go racing here. You see Doug Winston's going to be back in 21st, Bob Accardo tail into the field, and Adrian Vostovsky, Thomas Annunziata starting 23rd and 24th. How hard is it going to be for them to come up through the field from back there?
You know, if we were at Mid-Ohio, really, really hard. Here at Road America, it's difficult. It's always difficult to come from the back, but it wasn't that many years ago I watched Rafa Matos do the same thing here back in, I believe it was 2021, where they had a technical infraction after qualifying, and it put him at the tail of the field, and he drove to the front, only to finish second, because that was a day that honestly we went green to checker without a single caution. So. Or with minimal cautions. But hopefully we get a good, clean race here today as these Cube 3 Architecture TA2 drivers are lined up and ready to go.
That beautiful Elkhart Lake blue Chevy C8 Corvette heads to the pit lane. The pace car is off. Field inching its way up the hill, and they'll see the flag stand up through the left corner of the window at the top. They'll see the flagman waiting for the green. Green flag, and we're racing at Road America live on Speed Sport 1.
Boy, Mike Skeen got a great jump there. What you need going into this turn 1 is to have that good clear space in front. But right behind him, Sam Corey is looking pretty racy.
Skeen, first 1-to-1. Corey is right there behind him. Here comes Tristan McKee, who's door-to-door with Corey Day. Through that bend at 2, and now it's downhill to 3.
Yeah, and you got Tyler Casera looking and poking, and you got Rafa Matos too. He wasn't real happy with his qualifying run yesterday coming through, and let's not leave Thomas Merrill out of this, another specialist here at Road America.
Let's see who got their Pirellis up the temp the quickest as we get ready for turn 5. Such a tricky spot on this racetrack.
It truly is, and it's very tricky to get these. You start with the pressures on a hot day like this. You start with the pressure so low so that you don't end up over-pressuring the tires throughout the long 100-mile run here at Road America, but we seem to be very clean right here at the start of this race.
Saw one car getting off the line there at the exit of 5, now through 6 and headed over to 7, and it's hurry downs from here, and it is downhill into 8.
It sure is, and it's very tricky braking zone, and it's a very slick spot of the track. For whatever reason, it just kind of bottles up right down there and gets pretty slick as well as all the way through the corner through the exit, and then get a good arc into the Casera going a little wide there. Good arc here into the carousel. Very, very tricky part of the track. And a place you're in it for so long, as Andy Lawley mentioned, a place that you can really lose a lot of time if you're not getting the car hustled through there.
Gut check right here at the kink.
Yeah, Mike Skeen was telling me, in qualifying these TA2 cars now, no brakes through there, just breathe off the throttle and then back to full throttle, which is absolutely amazing, the amount of commitment that takes.
And when we say breathing the throttle, he's not coming all the way out of it. He's just maybe an inch.
Just giving it a little breath, yeah.
You're only taking maybe 5 miles an hour off?
Right, just to get the front end to set, just to get that front end to dig in a little bit harder, get the weight to pass a little bit. And that happens there, Sam. That's
Sam Corey getting way off.
Yeah.
Oh, and one around the 51 car.
It's Will Robinson.
Will Robinson has spun.
But pretty clean here, first lap up at the front here in the top 5, and you're gonna get the wheel dips like this early on, especially as the tires are slick. It looks like Adrian Vostowski and the 90 car Thomas Annunziata have made good ways up to the field as well.
Yeah, we're waiting for them to cross the line. We'll see how far up they got. They started, 20th and 21st, something like that?
Yeah, I believe you're right. You're right around there.
And let's see where they are now.
You got Adrian's all the way up to 16th,
Yep.
and they got a big bet. And actually, Adrian's right ahead of Thomas Annunziata. So what I said the strategy would be is kind of been the opposite. I believe Thomas is going to climb onto the back of the 3 car and let the 3 car make the way for him.
Hey, whatever you got to do, right? Whatever works.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Skeen's out here checking out right there in the Guthrie's garage, Q3 Architecture. Number 2 car there. It's doing a great job. He's had pace all weekend long. Really pretty much untouchable pace all weekend long. Mike Skeen has had a specialist here, specialist race car driver, period. He's someone I hold on a very high regard for the talent and skill level that he has across a lot of different genres of racing. But he's very, very much comfortable and at home in a Q3 Architecture TA2 car.
This is going to be weird to say about, oh no,
Will.
Robinson off.
Yeah, he's dug in the litter there, so that's going to definitely be a full course caution. We're going to get the field slowed down and bunched up together here. We'll get a full course caution out of this. That's what happened yesterday. We had an early caution as well.
Weird to say this about Mike Skeen because he is very well known and he's a very, very quick racer. But would you say he's underrated? I think he is.
I agree. Yeah, no, I don't think he gets the credit. I say the same stuff about Matthew Brabham. I put those two in the same category.
How that's been missed, I don't know, right?
I don't know because they're so incredibly successful in everything that they touch. They're great people to be around. They have great energy.
Yeah.
They have great senses of humor.
Very positive.
Very positive, and they know race cars. Like you're as an engineer and as a mechanic, you're not bearing the load because they're going to help bury the load. They're going to know pinpoint what the issues are and not make you have to search for them. So they're definitely on another level. And there's a lot of drivers like that. And I put Thomas Merrill in that category. I put Tyler Casera in that category. Rafa Matos in that category.
Yeah.
But yeah, I look at the ones that don't get to be around as much, like a Mike Skeen. I don't understand why. They again have the supreme talent and the personalities to match it. It's like, just for example, Mike considers himself the Ginger Stig.
Yeah.
So it's just stuff like that, right? I mean, just fun people to be around.
Right. And with that, he crosses the line with a double yellows out. So while they're taking care of the business on the racetrack, we'll take care of it off. And we'll be right back for the restart from here at Road America.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, SpeedCom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
That's the reason right there for this full course caution. Just slowed the field down, and it was also an opportunity for those that might be having an issue to visit pit lane. So let's get a report from Ben Sissel.
Coil. I was hearing Race Report was saying that there was a coil on the turn 8. Well, it's J.C. Monet, who's brand new here. Chris, his mechanic, is desperately trying to remount the shock up in there. He did say it broke something, but talking to Chris, he says, we think we can pound it back in, get that in there securely, and send JC out there. Now, luckily, this is the longest circuit that we run. So under pace, they should be about 3 minutes and 30-second laps. So he won't be down too much. And knowing JC, being the first time that he's here, he just wants to get out there and run some laps and get some experience here. But right now, Chris is putting the wrench to it. It looks like the mounts are still there. They're going to be able to get this on. They're going to be able to put the Pirelli P0 back on and get JC out there in this Nitro Motorsports. Beautiful Ford Mustang. So that's what's going on here with JC Monet. I can see all the pits are talking to the drivers. Beautiful weather. I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Adam, how responsive is this racetrack to cloud cover?
Oh, big time. We saw, up to 20-degree differences in track temperature with a good cloud cover here. The surface here, it's a brand new surface 3 years ago. This is the third season on the new surface, and the new surface, it loves the sun. The sun really, it's a dark surface, and the sun hits it, and it brings up all that oil, and it makes it nice and slick out here. And then when that sun goes down, it tightens it right up. Like what I mean by that is the cars lose front grip or have so much rear grip that it actually tries to drive the front end of the car. So the cars will change quite a bit with cloud cover here.
Yeah, right now there's bright sunshine all the way around, but there are clouds out there that might, the way this place is, come over and cool down a particular section of track or a corner.
And I tell you what else I see are the flags, right? The flags are pretty much all full stiff, the flags we see around here, and it's a headwind down the front straightaway, which means it's going to be a tailwind on the other side there going down into turn 5, which also can suck people in down there.
And going into the kink.
Go into the kink, too. Yeah, you get a little bit crosswind, and it lifts the front end, which is no fun. So very, very interesting wind conditions, too, which can kind of play havoc.
That'll grab your attention, right?
Very much so, very, very much so. But we got two also, the championship within the championship. Barry Bowes and Jared Audrick are battling for 11th and 12th overall. 12th and 13th overall, but they are battling in the championship 1 and 2, and in this race 1 and 2 in Pro-Am. So that's going to be definitely a battle to continue to watch throughout today, as that's a strong, strong championship within a championship fight. As they're getting Will Robinson tugged out of the sand trap here. One of the best safety crews that you'll find anywhere in America, too, is right here at Road America. They're quick, they're on the money, and they really, really do care about your equipment. A lot of places would have tried to drag him just straight through there, and it would have scooped up even more gravel to take out on the track, but also could have tore up that splitter and ripped that splitter and that nose and done more damage, but they decided to lift that car up and drag it out. That's just some of the extra care that they do here at Road America with the safety crew.
Well, let's get more stories off the pit lane. Here's Ben once again.
Yeah, I've got Mark here with Nitro Motorsports, and Sam Corey was somehow able to get ahead of Corey Day, now I think currently P2. Is that correct?
That is correct. He got a great restart. Went through the gears. Seemed like Corey might have missed a little bit there. He was able to clear him into turn 1 and kind of settle in there in second, tried to chase down Skeen.
And what's he saying on the radio? Is he pretty calm?
Oh, no, he's always very calm. There's never any problem there. He's cool as a cucumber. He said he's probably just a little bit aero-tight at the moment behind Skeen, but otherwise he says the car's pretty good right now.
I got to let Mark go because he's got to go down to the restart zone because we're coming green this time by. Back to you in the booth.
Okay, Ben. Let's take a look at that start. Skeen just got this one right, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see a lot. I'm looking in the back there at that 90 car going from one side to the other side to the other side and dipping in the grass, just trying to find a gap to get through and make some hay while the sun shines here. But yeah, definitely pretty cut and dry up in the front. A little bit of off there for Corey Day, but pretty cut and dry up front. Mike had a great jump and got a good lead on this. But that Sam Corey that's an impressive young talent. We saw some very impressive moves just a couple races ago with his first win at Lime Rock Park. And now he's back here behind Mike Skeen, who we were just talking about his talent level and how Sam Corey is at the level. He's at a great level, but he's also still learning about driving these cars, coming from open wheel ranks, coming from high aero downforce cars into these cars that move around a lot. Getting behind someone like Mike Skeen, it's going to be a great, great lesson for a young driver.
Let's talk about the kid sitting in third right now, Tristan McKee, who got his first win just a week ago in Mid-Ohio, becoming the second youngest winner in the history of Trans Am at 14 years, 10 months, and 19 days old. Pretty impressive young man.
Very impressive. And you know, I talked to Scott Lagasse Jr. after that race, and he just even impressed me more with some of the approach that I had learned about Tristan's approach to these races and how he's going about his business. It's not what you'd expect out of a 14-year-old. He's super, super calm. He doesn't get excited on the radio. I think he had one moment of slight excitement on the radio, and they were able to calm him down right away as the drone is giving us a shot of Will. It looks like we're back in the fence here with Will. There's some oil on the track right here, but it looks like we're going to stay double yellow, it seems. If that looks like recent stuff. But it seems like Will Robinson is having a lot of problems out there. Maybe something broke, an oil line or something, and that caused the second incident.
Well, they're going to take a little more time cleaning things up, so we want to make sure we show you all the laps green. So we'll go ahead and take care of some more of our business while they do theirs. And we will be right back to America's National Park of Speed, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, presented by Pirelli, live on Speed Sport 1.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
And we are back here at Road America on board with Keith Prochuk. Just idling along here as they get ready to go under the Sargento Bridge, which means they're headed to the mooring sweep. And that means turn 5 is looming up at you fast, Adam. How far down do you start thinking about lining your car up right in your brake zone? As soon as you're out of 3?
Yeah, pretty much. And it depends on how you're racing and who you're racing out there as well. If you're a lone car all by yourself and you're discovering your own lines, there's a few different approaches to the turn 5. Turn 5, you can either square off the braking zone like you see so many do, get it square around the moraine sweep and get a good straight line on that, as Andy was saying, because you're already light and hard, light on the left side and hard on the right side there because of how that loads up. The other approach is just to use that moraine sweep as a straight line braking into the turn-in point for turn 5. It also keeps it a little bit mysterious behind you. You're kind of blocking without blocking because that's your line. So there's some interesting approaches down there as well.
Let's get the latest story from Pit Road with Ben.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm here with Nitro Motorsports. Kyle over the Julian DaCosta car, the coolest looking car out there, I've got to say. Currently 5th. What's he saying on the radio?
He's saying the car is good. The Nitro Motorsports Toyota Camry is going good this weekend. Nick did a great job setting it up for us. The car's a little bit tight on the short run, so we set it up for the long run, hoping we can get all the laps in here. We know tire wear has been an issue for some of our guys, so we're trying to save some tires and just run our own pace, and hopefully we can be there at the end.
Yeah, we saw tire wear come into it in yesterday's TA race. Adam can speak to that, but Jimmy Live, you've been spending the weekend with Lucas with Make-A-Wish, and I know he's your favorite, so tell us about that.
That kid was so special this morning. I don't care how the rest of the day goes. Lucas from Make-A-Wish, he made my day because he looked at our car and said we were going to win. So, and I told him he's going on the roof with me in Victory Lane.
Nice, I love that. Well, Jimmy Live on the scene, rarely incorrect, so we might see something there. Back to you, gentlemen.
Oh, Jimmy's something else, isn't he? I've known Jimmy for maybe close to 30 years. And he is just, he's a great one.
Yeah, he's been around a long time, and he's everybody's buddy, right?
Oh, yeah.
Always got a smile on his face and always quick to have a good chat. So, yeah, no, love Jimmy there.
Here's Adrian Vostovsky, who's been chipping away at it when we were green. Worked his way up to 16th is where Adrian is at, and he's dragging Thomas Annunziata with him, who's up to 17th.
Yeah, and he's right there behind Boris Ed. So this is he's going to be looking again to keep continuing to move through here. And you bet when Boris sees these cars around, he's going to step up and make it a very difficult way to get around them. But if they do find their way around him, he's savvy as well, and he'll go ahead and lock in and see what they're doing and what he can find inside that Toyota Camry of himself with HendrickCars.com number 60.
Now I know as big-time racers, you guys never lose the desire, the passion, all that. But when you step away from it for a while, like Boris had, it's hard to get to 10/10ths again, right? You can get to 7/8 pretty quick. 10/10 is another level.
It is, and the skill level where we're at in this Keep the Architecture TA2 Series, not just with the drivers, but with these teams, and it's a week in, week out deal. It used to be this was a class that you could come in and do a one-off and be very competitive and the whole bit. Now those days really kind of are gone. We have some powerhouses out there it just shows. I mean, we have Rafa Matos and Thomas Merrill, sitting, just barely inside the top 10 here, and Tyler Casero. These are very, very talented drivers and teams. So it just shows you how deep this field is and how difficult it is. So no, Boris is doing an awesome job out there, holding his own and making some headway too, because he knows as well as anybody, probably better than most of this field, that this day is going to be about attrition as well.
Okay, so Adam, you're going around now on your fourth lap.
Yeah.
And full course caution. At first you were letting the adrenaline settle, you're cooling off. Now you're getting hot because the air's just not flowing the way it was, and you're getting twitchy. You want to get going again, which we're hearing will be next time by. How do you balance all that mentally? What are you telling yourself?
It's some of it is communication with the team too. You can open up a line of communication with the team, and you can make things some lighthearted. You can kind of tease about the situation, say, or that's kind of my approach, per se, just to kind of keep it light and to keep myself from getting frustrated at something that's out of my control at that point, because you said it there. It's hot, and you're starting to heat soak. Your adrenaline's wearing off because the adrenaline from the start is gone. So it's not the easiest time, but these are professionals. They'll get it done.
Rafa Matos is up to 8th, Ben.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Ralph. I'm here with Gil Martin, who, looking at his body language, looks pretty relaxed out there. But, he started from further back. I just happened to be in the pit box when he came in. He had a tire puncture. So you said he went into 5 with nothing pretty much in qualifying.
Yeah, pretty much. The tire basically went flat as soon as we left pit road yesterday, and he tried to do the best he could do just to post a lap. So we're going to have to do a little catch-up right here. But I think the American flagpole car is going to be good. The Chevrolet has been fast all weekend long, so we just need to get to running green right here and get everything going.
Well, that's Gil Martin with Silver Hair Racing talking about Rafa Matos. Back up to you, gentlemen.
Yeah, I was over in their pit earlier today, and they were talking about how with Harmon's car they were working to dial it in, felt like they were getting closer through qualifying, but hadn't gotten there yet. They made some more changes today. It sounds like same thing with Rafa's car, according to Gil. So it's just, you got to keep chipping away at it, don't you? Finding little bits here and there.
Yeah, as simple as these cars are and as little as we get to play with, it's amazing how much work you can actually get done on them and how much adjustment that these cars have to really dial them in. And it takes, this is a communication series. They're not allowed a lot of data on the cars. They're allowed some, but not a lot. Basic data. They're not allowed any shock pods or anything like that can really tell them travel.
So what are you getting?
You're getting throttle position, you're getting brake position, you get steering position, speeds, things, very simple stuff, very basic stuff. So it's good for driver coaching, for these teams that have, you have your hot shot. Let's, take Silver Hair, for example. You got Rafa Matos setting down the data laps, and then you have that comparing with Noah Harmon and coaching Noah through what they're seeing maybe in Rafa's data. Again, throttle position, brake position, steering, timing of the brakes, brake pressure, and those things. Where the TA car, we're pretty much unlimited for the signals that we can have, as far as the data. But in TA2, it's very, very much controlled. So it's a communication series here.
On board with Adrian Vostovsky, big BMX guy. You get to see him ride around on his BMX bike in the paddock area. If he finds a open space, he's right there pulling all kinds of tricks.
Yeah, he's as talented in two wheels as he is on four here. He's a lot of fun to watch on his bicycle and the tricks that he does, and he's right at home doing it. He's one of my favorite people in this paddock. He's a great human being to be around him above all. He's fun. He treats people right. He treats people with respect, and he's a heck of a driver, and he's clean. It's you'll watch him come through this field like he's coming through this field, and he'll do it clean. He'll do it clean.
You need something to pull yourself away from, right? For you, it's fishing.
For sure, yeah. My wife and I, we love to fish and just enjoy the outdoors, and he enjoys his flat riding riding bicycle out there, flatland bicycle tricks, and Manhattan life, right? The New York City life that he has.
There goes the CA Corvette off. So Mike Skeen's got the pack right on his tail as they come up the hill. Now you got to look through that upper left corner of the windshield to see the flag.
That's how you see them positioning. See how the drivers are positioning themselves so that they can get that look. Wherever they're lining their car up is so that they can see this green flag.
There it
is.
Now. Everybody hard into the throttle. Rowing through the gears. Thundering down to turn number 1. Nobody's got Skeen yet. But look at Sam Corey in the 70.
Sam had a great restart there. Really, really good restart, and he's firing off really, really quick right here. He's talked about being aero tight, and I don't know necessarily if he was so much aero tight. Yeah, you're going to pick up some of that, but I think he had a lot of low air pressure too, was what he's feeling. He didn't really have enough laps to know exactly where the car is at and balance. So give it a few more laps, Sam, and you'll know exactly where you sit with your balance of that race car.
And a nice move by Aguirre too. It looks like he's moved up to what, 5th?
Yeah, Valentin, the Argentine driver. Long way away from home for him, and Sam is really just hounding Mike Skeen right off the bat. Up here into
looking inside here, Adam.
Turn 6. Turn 6 is one of those places.
He's going to get him. And he's cleared him as they come to 7.
In the oil dry.
Oh,
in the oil dry.
Sent him right off. What a shame. Sam was doing so great. No fault of his own there.
No, got the left side just a little bit on that fresh, and that's just a savvy move by Mike Skeen too. He knew that was over there. Left room for him to come down, but Sam still caught the left sides there, and that was all she wrote for him to go out there. And now you got Mike with the clear racetrack and no one really on his bumper right now.
So Tristan McKee now, last week's winner, second youngest in the history of the series, tries to close in to see if he can take a shot at Mike Skeen.
Exactly, and these are
contact here coming through kettle bottoms.
It's busy right there out of the kink.
Woo. That's narrow through there too, boy.
It is. It's super narrow. Lots of consequences coming through there. I remember back in the 80s, Davy Jones in a BMW.
Oh, yeah.
Ricocheting off both ends of that.
Catherine Legg in the IndyCar.
Catherine Legg in the IndyCar. There are no small crashes in the kink or exiting the kink. But this the front here is Thomas
Merrill. Yep.
That
the HP Tuners 26 off into the
that looks
gravel.
like possibly Canada corner.
Yeah, and that's an easy place, especially on cold tires now on this restart, finding yourself.
And that was the mess that we saw happening, and when that was probably a result of some of that just kind of compounded down there in the end.
I hate to say it, but that could be a full course caution again, because if you're off in Canada, you are definitely in a
you're in
high
a bad
impact
spot.
zone. Yeah,
you're in a bad spot, and it looked like he was in the kitty litter. And if these things are sunk down, this is really deep gravel.
You're not getting out of it.
No, they'll sink down to the chassis real quick. And I don't see the double yellows out yet.
Well, they might wait till like the entrance of the carousel.
Probably, and then get a code 60 out there and just bring the speed off the cars so that they're not.
And for those that are new to the Trans Am Series and the Q3 Architecture TA2 Championship presented by Pirelli, talk a little bit about code 60 and what that means for a driver and how you're known or told that it's out as we see the full course caution coming out now.
Yeah, we all have just a small little Flagtronics dashboard. It's LED light, and it goes ahead and gives you information. It gives you a debris flag, it gives you yellow flag, local yellow, full course yellow, insignias, and then the code 60 as you speak of. The code 60 is a purple box that comes up with the number 60 in it, and we need to come down to 60 miles an hour as soon as possible. Tim Richter, the chief steward, will give us a little bit of leeway, but he's watching that very closely because once Code 60 comes up, it all comes up on his computer screen, your speed, everything that's going on, where your position is on track. And so there are penalties involved if you don't get that speed off the car and continue to keep that speed off the car. And then it'll tell you if you go over 60, because race cars don't necessarily have speedometers.
Yeah.
And if you don't have your dash set up to have a speedo, which most of them do for pit road speed limit, but if you're not paying attention to that, it'll flash slow, slow, slow until you bring that thing back down to 60. But it's a great addition. As you can see, it's well respected by the drivers, and it allows the safety crews to get out there and know that they can get out there and tend to a driver. And let's face it, if a driver's in a bad situation, you want that safety crew to get out there as soon as possible. And this is one of the great safety additions that Trans Am has made in the last few years.
Well, we hope to get him pulled out of Canada Corner here soon and quickly get back to racing, as we have 45 minutes left to go here in our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series presented by Pirelli. Stay with us on Speed Sport 1.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Mike Skeen out of Charlotte, North Carolina, that Guthrie's Garage Toyota Camry, still leading here, has led every lap, started on the pole today. He is also running Visit Palatka on the car, as in Palatka, Florida, and that is a tip of the cap and a tribute to Scott Lagasse Sr. and his hometown. So a big thank you to all the family and friends and supporters who have helped make them put this driving and team ownership together. They've done a wonderful job with it. And Scott Lagasse Jr. has picked up the torch and is carrying it well here today, Ben.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ralph. I'm here with Scott Lagasse Jr. Team SLR M1 race cars are having a good 2 weeks. Scott, how's it going out there?
Yeah, it's been a great trip. For me, it's been a lot of fun because my 10-year-old came with me, and we've been had a blast, her and I. But proud of our group. I mean, this is a group of guys and girls that fight hard, work hard, don't complain a lot, and just tackle what's in front of them at a time. You know, so it's been a fun weekend so far. Mike Skeen's obviously a phenomenal talent, and Jim Guthrie's Garage is making this happen. Kent Waite's Cube 3 with Nick. I mean, there's Franklin Road. There's just so many people that help make this happen that I can't help but thank all of them.
Now, are they going to work as a team up front?
No. The core of me is a driver, right? And so my radio would die if I ever got team orders. So I would expect the same out of them. So no, they'll. You know, I have one simple rule: use your head until the end of the race, and then try not to bring me back a wadded up race car at the end. But it's up to them; they'll figure it out.
Nice. Well, Team SLR M1 race cars 1, 2, and 3, and currently leading in Pro-Am with Barry Bowes. Good weekend for them last weekend. Good weekend for them so far here at Road America. Back up to you.
So for those of you that haven't run to Google search to try to figure out exactly where Palatka, Florida is, it's just south of Jacksonville and St. Augustine, north of Daytona Beach.
That's correct. Yeah. We are residents in Green Cove Springs, my wife and I, so not far from Lake Palatka. But
nice. My wife Kimberly.
We got a replay here of the. Looks like we got a replay here possibly of what happened with Thomas Merrill.
Yep, you can see. I think this is going to be down into Canada. There's the car off on the left.
He's already been spun around, and don't know what caused that necessarily, but he's on the hook, and so something is detrimental to the car, and it wasn't damaged as far as external damage that we could see. So I'm guessing something mechanically maybe went wrong with the car. I don't want to speculate too much, but that Mike Cope group prepares great race cars. They've won championship in the past with Thomas Merrill in high drama right at the end of the year. But they have Valentin Aguirre is from Argentina in P4 carrying the banner right now for Mike Cope Racing and doing a heck of a job. This is someone, we talk about one-offs, and I talked about how difficult it is earlier, not too long, about how hard it is to come in and just do these one-offs. And Valentin is one of those. He hasn't been a perennial contender all year long. He's just shown up at Sebring, and I think it was Road Atlanta, and then he's back with us here at Road America. So doing a great job there in P4 and just keeping his stuff clean.
The Argentinian driver wheeling the Mimo Corsa Mustang here today.
And then Tyler Casera, got to give a shout out him, and right there in P5, he feel like he said he had P3 pace for today. He's showing it. He's up there right down 5th, very methodically. He started, I believe, around 9th or 10th position, so he's climbed up quite nicely. Rafa Matos still there struggling in P11 for the Matos fans out there. And then Gian Buffamante, he's held his own there in P7. Best qualifying of his Cube 3 Architecture TA2 career. He's there in P7 doing a great job holding his own as well.
This is a big race for Gian because he's from Naperville, Illinois, so this is pretty much the home race for him.
Pretty much.
He's in the Nitro Motorsports Toyota Camry.
Yeah, I talked to Tony, his dad, today, and he's going to be spotting for him. Shout out to him as he's out there in the heat. We're in the nice air conditioning here. So, but Tony Buffamante is going to be there. They're having a great time. He's reminding his son of how special it is that he's getting to do this at age 17 in these cars up against this competition with a team like Nitro Motorsports. So it's really, really great to see as we're looking down on Sam Corey, who had so much speed early on and got caught in that little bit of that oil dry there that shoved him off, and he's rolling P6 right now behind Tyler Casera, his teammate and driving coach. We've got to remember that Tyler Casera is the driving coach for Nitro Motorsports in this Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series.
Here's the oil spill that we were keeping an eye on that caused some problems for Sam Corey.
And a great pass here and great racing too, right? Like Mike Skeen recognized that, the youngster got a good run in there. But, man, just so little. That's all it took. A really fast corner there in turn 7.
I mean, he was not, in it. He was just on the edge of it.
We're talking, what would you say, maybe a credit card.
Yeah.
Width was how much tire got on it. And it doesn't take much. You need all that grip of all that, Pirelli rubber hitting the track. You can't afford any of it to be compromised, and it showed right there. It absolutely showed right there.
Well, we've got 16 laps remaining, or 37 minutes, whichever comes first, in our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 race.
Yeah, this is it's a long lap here when you're green. So when you're under these yellows, it's super long. Right ahead of Adrian Vlastowski, right there, you have. You got our ex-pro football player, in Jared Audrick. He's now a race car driver, and a darn good one, by the way.
Very good one.
He's doing a darn good job bringing all those things that he knew as a professional athlete, the studying and the video and the film and the things that they do at that level in that sport, and he's bringing it to this sport, and he's finding that success. He's got Adrian Vlastowski behind him, who's loaded for bear and coming through this field. Adrian already running in the P14 position. Thomas Annunziata, P12. Both of those cars, remind you, they came from the back of the field today.
You can see that the Corvette pace car has pulled forward and is ready to exit the track. Mike Skeen will lead this field up the hill. Now, if you're skiing, what are you going to try to do on this restart?
Something different, because they were on to you the last time. And, you know, Tristan McKee, he's going to be a pretty – he showed last weekend. He's a pretty tough one to outsmart. So Tristan's climbing right up his bumper. He's going to wait for that. I guarantee you Tristan's just watching the back end of that 2-car. Second it wiggles, he's grabbing throttle.
Looking for that green. Long wait. There it is. Skiing back into the throttle. Look at him fan out. Corey way to the inside, trying to get a spot or two back. Look at Vostovsky. You can see him deeper in the field, has already moved up some. Jared Odrick trying to get some spots on the outside. Tristan McKee, he is right there glued on Mike skiing.
He is, and Tyler Casera there too, looking at the back of Valentin. Looked like it might have been a little bit of nudge there, got a little bit of accordion up, and Sam Corey is itching too as well to jump and pounce on this. This turn 5 is going to be really good, Ralph Sheen.
Oh, or really bad, depending on where you are, right? But here they come, starting to think about their braking zone, when they're going to hit on those binders. Deep into the corner goes Skeen. He takes that outside line and then cuts it back to the apex. Corey Day sitting right there in third. We haven't talked a lot about Corey, but he's having a nice solid run here today so far.
He is. I know he expected a lot more out of his pole position run at Mid-Ohio last week. Had a struggle on the start there, and that kind of put his day back, and he did not have that day. So he is putting a day together here so far here at Road America.
And don't forget Corey Day, who's driving that HendrickCars.com machine. He's in the Hendrick Driver Development Program. He's been running sprint cars. He's been running NASCAR machinery. He's been bouncing all over the country, wheeling a lot of different things. So seeing a good run here in TA2 is awesome.
I think Tristan.
Oh, one off into the dust.
Is that Gian?
I think it is, coming through the far end of the carousel.
I believe that's Gian.
Yeah, and he was running up in 7th.
Yep. That's Gian. Yeah, that's a shame. But he's no worse for wear. Just calm down and bring it up. It's the exact thing like Tony said. He goes, no matter what happens, Tony told him, he goes, I've done worse. So you're never gonna disappoint me, and you're just out here to learn. This is his learning year, and he's learning. He
another one off, coming through 13.
That's an easy thing to do. I did that yesterday, and you grab a little bit too much curb at the apex, and that could toss you out and put you where you don't want to be. But we're seeing, also. It looks like Tyler Casera lost a spot to Sam Corey.
And that was somebody inside the top 10 back there that went off at 13. Not sure who it was.
It was. And I'm almost wondering the amount of time that Casera lost in that short amount of time that maybe Tyler was the one that got out there and the stuff. I'm only speculating here as I did not see it. I'm just going by where Tyler was on track to where he's at now on track position.
Here we go, back towards 5 as we go through the Moraine sweep, and Skeen has opened up a little bit of gap now.
Skeen has got himself a little bit of breathing room. He could drive a little bit less defensive and kind of just run his lines, the lines that he wants to run.
Sam Corey on the outside of Aguirre as they go into 5. Oh, and Aguirre's just going to get back in front as Corey got a little wide.
Yeah, no, Valentin's not going to be an easy one to pass. That is a seasoned racer. He's very well known and phenomenal down in the Argentina ranks, and I think he's the winningest driver in the class that he races down there. Most championships, a whole bit. So don't look at him as being just a passover here. So definitely doing a great job, and we're on board here with Adrian Vlastowski, who has climbed into. It looks like he's in the top 12 now. He's sitting P12. Thomas Annunziata sitting P10. Again, big runs up to the field here. They're both battling each other for the Bassett Hard Charger Award at the end of this race, because it's going to go to one of these two and how they're coming up through this field.
Yeah, and you talk about Aguirre, those Argentinian people are passionate about their motorsports.
I drive for one. Claudio Burton.
Right.
Yeah, tons of passion. And I mean, doesn't that all go back to to Juan Manuel Fangio, the El Maestro,
the great 5-time world champion.
Yep, and I mean that kind of just instills a passion. I think we've seen it with the Brabham family in Australia and with McLaren too from New Zealand and all over the world. And the Brazilian passion that came with Ayrton Senna. I mean, it's just when you have those sporting heroes. Oh, it looks like is that the 60?
60, yeah, that'd
be J.C. Meunier. Oh, the 80 car.
The 80, yeah.
The 80, I believe that. And again, that's still, I believe that's J.C. Mignet, yeah. Not in a horrible spot. I didn't see 100% where he was, but at least inside of the track, up against the wall. Not in the most.
Yep, there he is. So
yeah, he's not in a high impact zone here. I don't know what they'll do. That'll be definitely a call to Tim Richter.
He was back in about 20th, Mignet was.
Yeah.
And we should give a shout out to Mia Lovell. Oh, as we see, McKee has gotten around here. Oh, that's Day. Yeah, I thought that was Skeen for a second.
Very similar cars.
Very similar,
Very
the white
easy
with the
to
blue.
do. That's why they got the orange on the front of Mike's car so that the teams could see.
I want to give a shout out to Mia Lovell, who's not racing here with us this weekend. This was not on her schedule, so no surprise that she is not here, although we all would love to have seen the young 18-year-old racing.
No.
Adrian Vostovsky on pit road, hood pins coming out.
Is that who we saw drive off? Is that who we saw drive off and collect a bunch of stuff?
Could very well have been because he was up in that.
Yeah, they were out there with the leaf blower. So, yeah, maybe it was Adrian that had a little bit off there in turn 13.
And that could have rattled something loose, knocked something off. A million things could happen.
And they got a new engine in that car, right? Because that's why they were in the back. Because that looked like Rafa Matos, or maybe it was that Harmon. I believe maybe it was Harmon going.
Harmon with DeCosta. Yeah, they're fighting over 7th right now.
Yeah, that was a great pass. That was textbook pass. Again, the silver hair card, same problem. It's very difficult to point out which one is which unless you get that side profile. So not too sure if that was indeed Rafa or if Noah had already cleared DaCosta, and that was, again, like I said, Rafa getting that position there. Some defensive moves made right there by Valentin on Sam Corey. Sam is all over Valentin. Sam has got
he's
pace.
pushing him, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got pace on Valentin.
He is really pushing. Let's see what happened with Vostovsky. He went through the dust. Not sure he caused it, but he certainly went through it.
And if I look ahead, I think again, I go back to maybe it was Tyler Casera because of the position. Because Tyler's rebounded, and he's back and closed that gap back up to Sam and Valentin. As Sam's trying to go around the outside of Valentin here.
Can't get it done there.
Remember Sam, very unorthodox in his moves in these race cars. Like I wouldn't have expected him to make the pass on an Nunziata for the lead on the uphill at Lime Rock. So you look at Sam to get creative here, and he's an open wheel driver, so it's not like he's a fender driver. He's gonna do things clean, and I'm excited to see the pass that he makes there.
Vostovsky back out on the race course, so that's good to see.
Yeah, that's good. I think, Sam, the battle there with Sam Corey and Valentin, there it is.
Corey to the outside. Contact going into 5. Heavy contact. And Corey is going to get pushed off the line.
Comes the bottom end of that one.
Yep. The winner in Lime Rock Park a few weeks back finds himself losing a spot instead of gaining one. So he's now in 6th with Casera moving up to 5th. And Tyler Casera making that first start of the season. Has 3 starts here at Road America, a best finish of 4th back in 2020. So he's sniffing around that.
And Tim Richter was very clear in the drivers' meeting about one move, making one move. So he's going to be watching those close. And there's only one move there. I'm not saying that Valentin was making an extra move or anything to block, but I'm saying that that's what he's going to be watching, is to make sure that that's not happening as things progress here. But yeah, Sam comes out honestly on the bottom end of that as Tyler Casera grabs position.
Valentin definitely took him wide.
Yes.
What is the ethics of that for you as a driver? How far are you okay with a guy taking you?
I mean, I think there's limit. I think that was within the limits. I don't think there was anything dirty there from either driver. Valentin is fighting hard out there, and you got to appreciate
Corey
that.
Inside.
Sam, I told you, unorthodox. That's not a typical move.
That's not what you're looking for, is it?
Turn 14 is not your typical move, and these are teammates. These are both out of the same. And like I said, this is driver coach against student.
Now Corey's going to have the advantage. He might get a little arrow off of the wire.
Yeah, you get a little sniff from and now he's moved over. Valentin has moved over. Smart, savvy move from Valentin too. You give one a sniff for a little bit, and then you give the other, and let them battle it out and give yourself a little bit more of a gap.
Casera moves back behind him, so Corey now back into 5th.
This is great racing here. What great racing at this point in the field, at this point in the race. I think the drivers, too, are feeling that maybe at some point this is going to turn into a timed race, not necessarily by laps. So, you know, with all the cautions that we had. So they're really driving like this is the end here.
It's a full-on sprint. Yeah, there's 26 minutes left to go or 11 laps. Whichever comes first.
Yep, and a little bit more than a 2-minute lap. We're right there as it looks like.
Bostovsky back on pit road, as is Bob Accardo.
Yeah, and you got Barry Bowes here with some damage. You know, this is big implications for his Pro-Am championship. You got Barry Bowes, who was running 10th.
He was leading that
category.
Leading
that. Had a little bit of a gap on Jared.
Yeah, Jared was running second. He moved up now to the lead. Keith Prochuk third with Sabato fourth. Everybody moves up one. Look at the damage to the hood here on Barry Bowes' car.
And this is not the track that you can get away with that. That'll slow you down significantly down these long straightaways. You know, you're not getting the right downforce on the car through a corner like we're going through here in the carousel. You know, so this is for the SLR group that's running 1, 2, 3 right now. They were about to sweep it all with having a Pro-Am in the lead here, and that's changed. Well, it may change. Honestly, Barry's holding his own. I'm not going to take it away from him right now. I'm just going to say it's going to be very difficult to hold your own with that kind of damage.
He'd be looking for Julian DaCosta to crawl up behind him. Julian running in 11th. And then Odrick is right behind that.
Yeah, and I mean, right there, I mean, right in the previous lap, too, just before this happened to Barry, he turned his fastest lap of the race. You got Mike Skeen just absolutely checking out. He's the only driver running in the 2-minute 12. Everyone else in the 2:13 range, so nobody really has that pace that we're seeing out of the leader there.
Yeah, Skeen 3.6 seconds up on Tristan McKee.
Yeah. You know, Thomas Annunziata has shown, you know, some pretty decent pace as well as he's been coming up to the field. It's good to see that, and Adrian looks like this looks like retirement here for Adrian, which is a shame. They fight so hard, that group does. You got Billy there at the nose of the car. I would be remiss if I didn't say go dogs for Billy. You know, a Georgia boy. He loves his dogs. So, but yeah, this is a shame to see this group. They fight so hard. Doug Winston's still out there carrying the banner for them, and Doug Winston right now is running in the 20th position. Still on the lead lap, but 20th position down there, and just getting these laps in, getting that 100 miles in. Doug and I talked. This is one of his favorite racetracks. Not his favorite. Watkins Glen will hold that title, but this is Boris.
Boris said off at 5. Gets it fired up. Oh, he got together with Jared Odrick.
Yeah. That's interesting. For position on track, but not position within class, would have been those two.
Yeah, they were fighting for 12th.
Right, and that would be a great gift. If Keith Prochuk was to be able to get through there, that would be a great gift for Keith, because Keith was currently P3 in the Pro-Am. And Keith and Roberto Sabato and Jim Gallagher and Tom Sheehan are all in a battle, all on their own, that battle within a battle in the TA2 Pro-Am class. And right here we're looking at it. Doug Winston pulling up right there behind Jim Gallagher.
Yep.
As they come through the famed carousel here, Boris said leading that group. Got Thomas Sheehan, Cale Phillips.
Boris, a former winner here in Trans Am and IMSA competition at Road America.
Yes, he is. I mean, he's a specialist. Obviously, Boris has won, I think, I don't know if there's a racetrack Boris hasn't won at.
I was going to say, you can say that about him at just about everywhere, can't you?
Pretty much. He's got such a storied career, and you know, continuing to carry it on, and you know, carrying on next generation, helping out those around the paddock. So he loves this series. He loves these cars. He loves to be around this. And then there's JC Minier again. Is he in the same spot that he was before?
I was wondering about that.
Got a slow car, so that's signifying a slow car, which was Eric Caton here.
Yeah.
So they'll give us that when there's a medic on the field, or if there's a race car actually going slow, just to bring your awareness up, heighten your awareness.
So he pulls over, and we stay green. 9 laps remaining.
And Mike Skeen is just gone. He's got himself a 4.2-second lead. Just a tap of the brakes at the top of the hill for turn 6. You know, this car is hooked up, and he said he couldn't wait to get going because it's so rare in your driving career that you get cars like he's got.
You know, you can see he's charging hard, but he makes it look so effortless.
Yeah, no, that's Mike. He's just that kind of, like the same as Matthew Brown. Like I said, you know, I mean, I hold them both on such a high regard, and that's part of it is they make things look so easy, and they're great and they're open to talk about it, right? I love making friends with the fast guys because you're going to learn something from them. They're gonna open up, and that's not the only reason I'm friends with them. It's just the way it works out, and they're great people is first and foremost, and that's what you really focus on is them as a person, and that's who you want to make friends with. And they just happen to be fast, and you get to learn a few things.
It's Hurry Downs down to turn 8. Oh,
it's a tricky spot.
A little wide
down
there.
Yeah, it's tricky down there, and those exit curbs are not friendly. They will take the car and move it a foot further than you want it to move. Through that carousel, again, so much fun through those corners. We got the top 3-4 here, Sam Corey and Tyler Casera.
Casera in the Mobile 1, number 10.
And they've all since moved around Valentine. Valentine has now moved back into the P6 position, has relinquished that 4th place position.
McKee is pulled away from Day, and here comes the fight up the hill.
That's Annunziata on Valentine.
Right here.
Yep, that's Annunziata on Valentine.
The black and red on the right.
He's currently scored in the position. We'll see if he can clear him in turn 1.
And he's got the 2 silver hair cars of Harmon and Matos right behind him.
That's right.
And there's Bose.
And the damage is not doing what I thought.
Look at this. Harmon and Matos getting pretty aggressive. Contact between the 2 silver hair cars. And Harmon's going to get the worst of it as he is off into the gravel up along the fence at the entrance to turn 3. All right. Full course caution is out. How'd you read that one?
I'm not too sure, other than a racing incident. Rafa was in a position, and Noah had moved to get his own position, and it just was like a kind of a racing deal. They came together. That was nothing intentional by any means, any stretch of the imagination. But let's take another look at it, get another better look. But
here they come.
When you look at Noah's got his position there, and then at the last minute decides that he wants to come across, and Rafa's already committed. So there's nothing Rafa could have done in that moment. So I call that a racing incident, and just super unfortunate that they're teammates, and super unfortunate that Noah ends up here stuck in the kitty litter.
And I'm not sure Noah could have known how close Rafa was at that moment.
Yeah, it's tricky, but at the same time, you know, that's what he's going to learn as a young driver, that even in that moment you need to give that glance in the mirror and make sure, because you have been bottled up, that someone hasn't taken advantage of that spot, knowing that you have someone so savvy like a Rafa Matos behind you that if there's a gap, he's going to take it.
He's taking it, yeah. 18.5 minutes to go, or 8 laps, either one first to the checkers here today. We want to show you all that live when we come back here to Road America, America's National Park of Speed. You're watching it all live today on Speed Sport 1.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
Well, there you see Noah Harmon's car. They've got it out of the kitty litter. Oh, let's go down to pit lane now. Ben Sissel has more for us.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm here with Santiago, who's with Valentin. What's happening? You said there's some stuff happening with him.
Yeah. He's having some temp issues, so he's backing up the pace a little bit. So we are going to try to finish the race in the best possible.
So can you say something to our fans in Español, please?
Ok, gracias Argentina por estar haciendo el aguante y nada, vamos con todo.
I love it. Well, hold on. While they're still under yellow, I saw Thomas Merrill over here in street clothes. I want to talk to him. So here's Thomas over here with Cope talking. I didn't get to see what happened. So Thomas, I don't even know what happened. I didn't get to see it, but it's rare to see you in street clothes.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. We're going to have to look at it. Right behind Rafa there, racing for position in the Canada corner in the middle of the brake zone. The car just went sideways. I don't know if I got collected or what happened, honestly. But, man, the racing was fierce out there. I think we all had a sense that we weren't going to get a lot of green flag laps. So it was a lot of argy-bargy. But so sorry for the Cope guys. We had a good race car. I think we would have marched forward and made a race of it if we stayed out there.
Well, I hate that you're out of the race, but I love that you're here supporting the Mike Cope team, rooting on your drivers. Gentlemen, back up to you in the booth.
Okay, Ben, we've got 7 laps now remaining. It'll be 6 when they cross the line, or 14 and a half minutes here.
And with 2-minute plus laps, we're looking at probably a timed race here, and
it's going to be close.
Yeah, it's not been official, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but we'll keep an eye on that and encourage the fans to do the same as we look at a replay here.
Put your helmet on again. Tell me what you're seeing.
Same thing, right? Noah makes a big commitment to the inside, and Valentin has got that covered up, so he feels like, I'm going to move to the outside and open up and use that open door and try and carry my momentum. Unfortunately, his teammate Rafa Matos had already had the same idea, and Noah gets sent into the Kitty Lata and was there and stuck. And
I'll tell you what, if he'd have stayed to the inside going into 3,
yeah,
it might have just opened for him. There would have been contact there, but he'd have been on the inside pushing out.
There's a teaching moment there.
Yeah.
For sure. And that's where Noah's at. Noah's at in his career is what he's doing here is he's learning, and that was a definite moment for that. And you hate to see that for Silver Hair Racing, Maurice and Laura Hull.
Oh, they're great people.
The salt of the earth, great human beings, and love being around them. And you just want, you want their success. I appreciate everyone in this paddock. I really root for all their successes. And but you hate to see 2 teammates have that happen and it be a racing incident like that, because I know I'm sure Rafa in that moment was like, no.
Yeah, don't come here.
Yeah, and so it's not exactly ideal, but some great racing left still, and looks like we're going to get ready to go green right now. It looks like they're lining up to go green. Pace car's pulled out.
Yeah, pace car ready to exit the track. We're ready to get back at it. Skeen crushed the restart last time. See what he can do here.
He crushed it, and the car fired off, and he went.
Yeah.
You got 3 SLR cars, so equally yoked cars at the front of the field, all M1 chassis. So this will be really, really interesting to see how this thing fires off right here. And as now, we've got a little bit more wear, and Gian's letting some people by here.
Bostovsky rolling again, but rolling right back to the pit lane, watching for the green. Green waves, and we're racing again.
Wow, Tristan got a good jump. Tristan got a really good jump towards the end of this front straightaway. Mike is not relinquishing anything, though. Deep on the brakes into turn 1.
Boy, that is deep, too. And McKee was right there with him, step for step.
Yeah, Tristan is chomping at the bit here. This is your points leader, remember. Tristan McKee, the youngster, the 14-year-old there.
Rafa
back it through.
Taking out Sam Corey in the 70. And at least one other car.
That's Tyler Casera.
And then there goes Prochuk.
Oh, man. A lot of collateral there, and someone slow.
Not sure what happened there with Rafa, but that's not a classic Rafa type of move. You almost wonder, did something stick wide open on him?
Something stuck wide open, or something didn't quite react when he went to it.
The brakes didn't work or something.
Yeah, brakes. You remember this Road America, very, very hard on brakes. Big braking episodes here, big time. Got to take a lot of speed off the car. So, he just had impact with a teammate that might have broke a brake duct. and cook the brakes too.
Yeah.
So anything could have happened there, but that was not Rafa driving over his head. That was Rafa having a mechanical.
And you could see the Flagtronic system clicked on right away. These guys are all slowed down to 60 by the time they got to turn 5. And we've got 10 minutes to go and at least 3 cars to pull out of the kitty litter.
Pretty good mess over there.
This is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty good mess over there, and you hate to see that again.
Well, he was flying down the inside there.
That was scary stuff. You
Yeah.
know, when cars come across cars like
There
that.
he is. He's out of the car.
Rafa's out of the car and okay.
Can't get unhooked of everything yet, but
I believe he took the hardest of the impact.
Oh man.
You know, Sam was collateral damage in that. Everyone really was. I believe Rafa's the only one that's nope, Sam's over there broken down too.
Let's see if we can watch this again here, Adam. I mean, he just comes diving to the inside. You can see, I mean, he should be braking in here. And he cuts to the inside.
I'm guessing he had no brakes. You know, got no lockup at any point. He got the car spun around. He did what a pro does when you have no brakes. You get the car spun around and make sure that the impacts are as minimal as possible, and that's what he did. He hated for Sam Corey. He had such a great race going. Tyler Casera as well. You know, Tyler's not gonna be running. You know, not running week in, week out. And then Pro Chuck here on board with Keith.
He's just dealing with the fallout, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
and I think he might have got a little help from the back too, because you got accordion effect. And you know, when you're tucked up behind another car, I can't stress enough. This is the same thing that you see in your when you're tucked in behind and Rolf has explained to Sam what had happened here. And, you know, because this Rolf is a sportsman. He didn't want to end anybody else's race or be the cause of that. And
poor Sam Corey was having a very competitive run here today. The Lime Rock winner, Sam out of Cornelius, North Carolina.
Sam's got a bright future. He really does. He's going to go places. And, you know, Tyler Casera right there with his suit already down and with a bottle of water in his hands. It's a hot day out there. These cars are super, super hot. So those three are discussing. Rafa's, you know, offering up the condolences and apologies, if you will, and explaining to those two what had gone on. But yeah, you can see the hand out the window. That's scooping air. It's a hot day out there. You can see a lot of hands out the window scooping in that fresh air just to make it through here.
Well, let's see what Gil Martin has to say from the Silverhair squad. Let's check in with Ben.
All right, I'm here with Gil Martin, and as you can see, they have a great screen here, and all the Silverhair team was here around this watching. I heard a big scream. So, Gil, in your opinion, what happened out there?
Well, I mean, it looked like the caution before that we got into Noah and did some damage to the right front, but I think this looked like trying to overtake too many cars right there and got in the right side, got in the grass, and I'm sure it wouldn't stop because of it and just slid right through everybody.
Unfortunate, too, because some of these restarts, cautions breed cautions. That's kind of what we're seeing out there today, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, everybody's trying to make it up because we've been under caution for so long. We're running out of time. So everybody's pushing really hard right there on restarts to try to get as much position as they can, and there just wasn't enough room.
Just wasn't enough room. That's pretty well said there from Gil Martin. Gentlemen, back up to you.
Yeah, and Adam, you're still not convinced of that, though. You think it might be more of a mechanical sitch than him just being aggressive.
Yeah, what I didn't see was, like, if it was aggression, I feel like I would have seen some brake lockup. I would have seen some tire smoke from there because he would have realized he was over-aggressive at that point. So, again, this is all speculation from the cheap seats up here, you know. I mean,
these are cheap, too, by the way.
They are. So until I actually get some ears around Rafa and find out what he felt from the cockpit, it's all speculation. But, yeah, that didn't seem like an over.
Yeah, but I get Gil's point. It is late in the race. There's less than 7 to go, 5 laps remaining. Everybody's up on the chip, elbows up, trying to make it happen as you look at it again. And to your point, yeah, Rafa moves over like he's going to try to dive up the inside, but it's pretty quick in here. He would have realized, oh, I can't make that, and it would be locked up by there.
And the wheels are still turning.
Still turning.
They're still turning even in the grass.
Yeah.
They're still turning. Like he would be locked up right here.
Fully.
And because that's just natural. You know, that's your natural. Like you look at Sam Corey's, they were locked up as he slid in the grass, and he released it so that he could turn the car and not hit anything else. So, I'll be interested to talk to Rafa and see what he felt from inside the car. And Maybe Ben, who knows, maybe Ben could track him down and see him after they get done, because they'll have to make a trip to the medical center if you can't drive your car back.
Yeah.
They make you go take a look and make sure the doctors are, and they're all fine, as we saw, perfectly healthy for the
fortunately
families at
everybody
home.
able to get out. And again, a tip of the hat to all the folks with the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series presented by Pirelli and the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, designing such a safe car. I mean, we've seen some hellacious hits this year. Chris Dyson can attest to that. You had a massive one at Sonoma, not to be forgotten by any chance.
Yeah, and Sebring. I hate to bring that up,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, it is a testament. You know, all these manufacturers of these cars in this class right here. You have 3 with M1. You know, with the top 3, you have Cope cars, and then you have Howe, which we're on board with a Howe car right now, Adrian Vlastowski, and so you have. You have 3 really individuals that build these race cars. It's their business, but they also care. They care about drivers. They care about the safety of these drivers. I think we've all, I think at this point, most of us have either witnessed the history and seen the evolution of the safety of the sport, and we don't want to go anywhere backwards. And this is what this group does in the Trans Am paddock. They make sure that we push each other not only on the racetrack, but we push each other to be a good, safe race car, so that when you strap inside it, you know you're going to come home.
Are you ready for this? Thomas Annunziata, with everything going on, has worked his way up to 4th. And where poor Adrian, he's still rolling around out there, but not anywhere inside the top 20.
And I want to go ahead and point out, too, that Thomas Annunziata, he's worked his way up to 4th, but look at that race car. It's clean. It's absolutely clean. And I think not enough people people are quick to beat up on Thomas because he's a very aggressive driver. But this is a young man here who just drove through the field at Road America with all the mess that we've seen today, Ralph. And that young man's sitting P4 with a clean race car.
And he's been aggressive at the right times, like on restarts when he could take advantage of it and use the draft and work to the inside or outside and pick off 3 or 4 before he gets to 1.
Right. As we got Noah and Gian going down pit road, a couple of rookies running down pit road here. As we continue to clean up what we have going on here. Again, I think we've probably got at least another lap or 2. Maybe
yeah, we've only got 3.5 minutes left to go here. We don't want to miss the finish, whether it's green or under yellow. So we'll step away real quick, but come right back to Road America, as things have been wild all afternoon here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. But you've seen it all live on Speed Sport 1.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
back here at Road America. They call it America's National Park of Speed. And, Adam, we have some beautiful national parks out there, Yosemite, Yellowstone, but, boy, this might be my favorite.
It is. It's a favorite of my wife and I's. It's hard to find. You're not going to find anything bad to say about Road America. And on top of it, every year we come here, there's improvements. How many racetracks do we go to year in and year out that they got the improvements like that?
And happy 70th to Road America as they celebrate their 70th anniversary. White flag is out. We're going to have one more tour here with 30 seconds to go and 4 laps remaining. So this will be how they will take the checkers in one more lap as they come across.
Well, you hate it for the fans,
Yep.
But at the same time, they saw some great racing when they got to see it.
A lot of action.
A lot of action. Looks like Team SLR is going to have a 1-2-3 today. Thomas Annunziata, a barn burner day. What a great day for him driving through the field. Minimal damage on points as he finishes. Just 2 behind our points leader right there, Tristan McKee. Valentin in a top 5 position, carrying the Cope banner, doing an awesome job there. Julian DaCosta, P6. Barry Bowes, with that damage, overcome it. I got to give him credit. I did not give him enough credit that he was going to be able to overcome that and hold that position, but he holds that position over Jared Odrick. And you got your top 3 there. Tom Sheehan pulling off that podium as well in PA.
Let's give Thomas Annunziata all the credit he deserves this weekend because he goes to Lime Rock, runs a truck race, ran very competitive, got turned in the race, or would have had a better finish because he was up inside the top 10. Gets on the pole, if I'm not mistaken, for the ARCA race, ends up winning that, hustles all the way over here to Road America. Nothing like Lime Rock. Yes, they're both road courses, but it ends there.
Yeah.
And he fights his way through a very thick field of talent to a well-earned 4th, and if this thing had gone back to green, might put himself on the podium.
His pace was right there. I think he could have been definitely a podium contender, kind of spoiled the SLR party up front here. But Mike Skeen drove the little bit of green laps that they got. Nobody had anything for Mike Skeen. He proved that. Just like Tristan McKee, no one had really anything for him last week at Mid-Ohio. But Thomas Annunziata, the only damage he's got is someone got in the back bumper. I just saw it there. But
not
of his fault. Clean race car to get him to that position up front. And let's give a shout out to Boris Said, P9.
How about it?
Yeah, after a spin and
Yep.
all this chaos, he brings that thing home. And
which is what a veteran champion does, right?
That's what they do. It's absolutely what they do. So well done to Boris Said. I know that TA2 cars, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 cars are not his favorite to drive. But he definitely did the job today and made his son proud.
Yeah, he did. And he's in one piece, and we'll see Boris Said Jr. again soon, that HendrickCars.com machine. And, to finish this off with Thomas, if he just keeps doing what he's doing, the biggest challenge for Annunziata is not if he's going to move up, but where is Toyota going to find the hole for him?
That's exactly right. And they're going to. I mean, he's such a supremely talented individual.
You don't want to let that one go.
No, and the talent's on and off the track, right? Like the talent on the track is obvious, and we see it every time he turns a wheel. Off the track, he's friendly, he's approachable. He's
good in the booth.
He's a good-looking kid. He's good in the booth. He's honing all his skills because he understands that it's not just the skills behind the wheel that are going to make his future. He needs to be a very well-rounded individual in all ways, and he's focused on that. And I'm enjoying watching his career go where it's going. But I'm really, really impressed with what we got here in the minimum amount of laps that he got to run. Green flag laps to get up to P4 like that. And I get it. There was a lot that went on ahead of him, but at the same time, you have to keep that nose clean, and you gotta get to that finish, and they were able to do that. So a good day for Nitro here.
Good weekend for Nitro.
Yeah, good weekend for Nitro, and they're competitors. They don't like to finish anywhere other than first place, but to see what they got out of this is pretty special.
Well, here they come, popping up over the rise at 13 and settling in for 14. Final corner of the day for our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series presented by Pirelli. They'll make their way up the hill and across the checkered flag.
Shout out to Jim Guthrie, Guthrie's Garage. Maybe this gets them excited too, and they come out and do more with Mike Skeen and get more of this. But a good photo op for Team SLR here, coming to the start-finish line, top 3. Great job.
Yep, taking that Visit Palatka logo all the way to the checkers is Mike Skeen. Doing it for Team SLR, Scott Legacy Racing.
And they sweep it, right? PA Pro-Am with Barry Bowes.
Yep.
And our Pro-Am podium looks like Barry Bowes.
But boy, if you know, people talk about it all the time. You know, what's the future of racing look like? Well, it looks like McKee, Day, Annunziata all right there, right at the front. 3 incredibly quick young men.
And all beat by that crafty veteran right there. You know, you got yourself Mike Skeen.
Being told from our producer, who must have spoken to Ben, who has gotten word out of the Silver Hair, it was a mechanical issue. Not sure what kind yet, but it was definitely a mechanical for Rafa that led to the big coming together over turn 3.
And just as we speculated.
Yeah, so good analysis there, Adam.
Yeah, we were speculating.
But to your point, that wheel kept rolling. If he was in a pressure zone, it would have been locked up.
For sure, for sure. He wants to take as much speed off that car as possible when he was out of control.
But the average race fan is going, yeah, but he wasn't a pressure point, right? Because he's sliding across the grass. But it is different.
Yeah, it is. You know, you're no matter what, at that point you're trying to take speed off the car. So you're going to be hitting brakes, you're going to be doing things. And he did. And he also did something trademarked that a crafty veteran like him would do, is when you're in trouble, you spin the car. You intentionally turn that car, because hitting head on,
not good.
Not your best option, especially to spear another car like that.
Yeah.
By spinning, you're taking speed off the car. You're also taking a better impact zone into yourself and into your fellow competitors. So he did the crafty veteran move.
Unfortunately, a tough day for Noah Harmon, Gian Buffamonte, and Sam Corey. All 3 of those drivers looked fast at different stages of the race today. Rafa was certainly fast. He's 22nd. Adrian was trying to work his way through, got part way up there, ends up 24th. Mene having the same problems JC did, and Thomas Merrill and Will Robinson both having issues as well.
Yeah, poor Will Robinson couldn't get his day even started today, and you know, I hate that. You know, you fight all week, and then you're you know, I Mid Ohio for me last week, 5 laps and we're done. It's just, it guts you as a competitor. It really does. So.
Well, this championship in TA2 is going to be interesting. Obviously, with Skeen winning and McKee finishing in second, it's almost like a win for Tristan. So he should extend his points lead a little bit.
He's Mr. Consistency, and that's what he's done for this championship. He's going to keep spreading more windows for himself with this consistency, because honestly, like you said, it was a win. Mike Skeen's not in the championship hunt. He finished literally ahead of everybody that's in the fight with him, so he did nothing but gain points for himself.
So McKee came into the day with a 24-point lead in the standings. That will be expanded out. He also leads Rookie of the Year and leads the Young Gun Award, which has a $20,000 prize for the top driver under the age of 25, which at 14, you pretty much clear that hurdle.
Yeah, he clears that one by a big margin. Yeah.
By a bit.
He's in the Young Guns award. So, but yeah, he's impressing me every week. He brings a clean race car home. He's bringing great feedback, obviously, to the team to have such fast race cars every week, and the team is putting great product out there. Obviously, this is you know, they dominated last weekend at Mid Ohio, and they dominated this weekend, and they had the results this time with the top 3, where last weekend it looked like they could pull a top 3 podium like they did this weekend, and you know, just didn't play out that way with Corey having his issues on the start, and with Barry having issues further down the race. But no issues for Team SLR this weekend, and they're here, and they showed us they're here.
Yeah, Mike Skeen should be a lot of fun in Victory Lane here too.
Yeah. He's going to be very happy. I mean, like I said, talking to him before the race, we discussed how rare it is to get race cars like he had today, to where you just go into the race knowing that you have to just do your job, and not even at that, you know, not even at the limit. You just have to do your job.
Just do the blocking and the tackling, and you're good to go. And he was. And yes, there was a lot of yellows and a lot of downtime, but when it was green, Skeen was on. He had great restarts, terrific racecraft and strategy, and drove like a veteran.
Absolutely. Drive just like we expect him to drive, and he'll continue to do this. That's what he does. He sets fast times. He leads races. He wins races, and he does it all with a smile. The ginger stig. His girlfriend Kelly, I'm sure, will be down there pretty soon as well to give the congratulations. Ernie's there waiting. Ernie Becker waiting with the water and the cold towels to try and help these drivers out. It's a hot, hot day, as we said. There's Kelly.
Bouncing, excited, ready to get in there and hug her guy.
Absolutely. You know, they got a great relationship, these two. And, yeah, man, enjoy that. Heck of a drive.
Congratulations, Mike, as he crawls out. Happy hug there from Kelly. And we're going to head down to Ben because as soon as he gets that helmet off, he's going to be ready to talk, Ben.
Well, congratulations, Mike Skeen, Team SLR M1, a total clean sweep, 1, 2, 3 for Team SLR M1, and then top and Pro-Am provisionally right now. So, Mike Skeen, you kind of made it look easy, but I know it isn't easy. How was your race?
Yeah, obviously it was a great car, a great race. You know, we didn't want to see all those restarts. You know, we had a great car, a great lead there for a while, but fortunately, we had our teammates behind us. We knew they'd run us clean, so that helps. But, yeah, just so happy that, you know, this weekend we unloaded so fast. The Team SLR guys brought me a great hot rod. This M1 chassis was so fast, and I just knew it was my job not to screw it up. So, yeah, happy we could manage that and bring this thing home. Big thanks to Guthrie's Garage, Visit Balaka, all these guys for making this possible.
Congratulations, Mike Skeen. Scott Lagacy coming down to give him a big hug. Scott Lagacy, hold on, buddy. Clean sweep, 1, 2, 3, and P1 in Pro-Am. That's as good as you can do when you bring 4 cars here.
I'm extremely proud of this group. You know, and the things I'm looking at right now is Tristan McKee and Corey Day. Never been at this place, and what they did all weekend, putting their head down and working. We found some things every session in the data, and they went to work, and every time should have prepared. You saw them out helping fix the signs on the racetrack. You saw them walking the racetrack. So I can't tell you how proud I am, and they do that because they see how hard our group works, and I'm proud of that.
Nice. Well, Scott Lagacy, we got to talk to Barry Bowes now. Position 1 and P1, I saw you standing up on top of the car. How you feeling?
I feel fantastic. I mean, what expected me to say? This is fantastic.
And you had Jared Odrick right behind you, hunting you down for probably half of that race. That had to be difficult.
You know, most of the race we had a pretty good gap. You know, we got real close on the restarts. Prochick right behind me on one of the restarts. I was expecting Odrick on the last restart. Odrick is a very good and very aggressive driver, and so I had to look out for that. He got past me at the start of the race, and I had to repass him, and then look to keep a very good competitor behind me.
Well, there you go. We've got Team SLR M1, 1, 2, 3, and Position 1 in Pro-Am. It's going to be quite an exciting winner's circle here, but right now I'm going to send it back up to you guys.
Adam and I were just talking about seeing Lucas down there, getting his picture with Mike Skeen. How cool is that? Our young fan from Make-A-Wish here with us today. Nick's got him down there from Cube 3 Architecture, and Lucas is having a huge day.
Oh, he is.
As did Mike Skeen. As we take a look at some of the highlights here, Skeen out front led every single lap here today. Started from the pole, finishes number 1. Tremendous run by Mike Skeen and the group in that Scott Lagacy Racing entry. Sam Corey showed a lot of pace today, but man, just one wheel wrong right here cost him a shot at the win.
Yeah, and then his day just kind of went downhill more after that. This was the prelude up to us losing Thomas Merrill right there.
Yep.
As Sam Corey trying to come back up through the field and got a little bit of a touch there with Valentin. Tyler Casera slips in. Valentin smokes it through Canada corner there and loses a couple positions. Then this was the unfortunate come together between Noah Harmon and Rafa Matos,
which we think led to the big moment because there's probably with that contact the cause of the mechanical for Rafa.
Yeah, I believe so. I'll speculate there, but I believe that maybe it closed off the brake
and
duct.
There it is.
And your brakes are so hot here that I think maybe we got a little bit boiling and we lost our brake pressure. Pedal to the floor, it looked like to me.
And Prochuk goes around. And then the checker flag comes out under yellow with Skeen, McKee, and Corey Day all at the top. And we go back to the podium.
All right, come on now. Road America SpeedTour. Let's hear you. The Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. What a race. We've got Lucas here with Make-A-Wish, Nick Middleton here with Cube 3 to deliver the trophies. We're going to start out TA2 National in third in that beautiful HendrickCars.com driving Team SLR M1. Let's hear it for Corey Day, ladies and gentlemen. Come on up here, Corey. Fast in the car, slow in person, I guess. I'm sorry about that, Nick. All right. Hey, good job, Lucas says. I like that. Valerie in second place. Ladies and gentlemen, he won last weekend at Mid-Ohio, our points leader. Let's hear it for Tristan McKee in that Spire Motorsports Gamebridge Chevy Camaro. Nick, that was quite a race out there. How was it for you?
That was a great race. Congratulations, Tristan. Awesome job.
Congratulations.
He said congratulations from Lucas with Make-A-Wish. And then, ladies and gentlemen, with the Guthrie's Garage car right here, the number 2, Visit Palatka, Cube 3 Architecture. Let's hear it for Mike Skeen, first place. Mike Skeen is a Cube 3 TA2 champion with Stevens Miller Racing back in the day. So let's have everybody come up to your podium positions. I want to talk to... So Corey started P2, ended up on the podium in a crazy race. That's a pretty good finish. How you feeling? How was your race?
Yeah, it feels good to finally get a checkered flag in one of these. Yeah, I was taking it easy there through turn 1. Didn't want to have a repeat of last week. And to be honest, I hadn't ran the second lane of turn 1 all weekend, so I wasn't going to go, test that on the first lap. So big thanks to these whole, Team SLR, M1 race car guys for bringing, fast race cars for all three of us. It definitely shows when you win Pro-Am and top 3 in the National Series that we got good pieces.
He says it definitely shows when you got top 3 and top step of Pro-Am. Tristan McKee doing so well in points. I know it's both of your first time really here. How was your race out there?
We made a lot of gains. I got a lot better in a lot of the places I was missing some, earlier in the day and yesterday. So I went from 5th to 2nd or whatever it was there, and I made a lot of gains throughout the weekend. We started really far off. This was a really tough track for me. I don't know why. I struggled quite a bit. So thanks to, Mike and all the SLR guys helping me get better and better and, also helping with the car. So I just got to thank everybody at Spire, Gainbridge, Josh Wise, and Scott Speed for preparing me to when we come here. And so just thank all of them.
Nice. How about that? Tristan McKee, ladies and gentlemen. And the Mike Skeen, we spent a lot of time here in Winner's Circle. So cool to have you back. Take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Thanks. Yeah, it was a great race for us. Obviously, we were able to keep clean air on the front of this M1 race car. Just got to thank the Team SLR guys so much for giving me such a quick hot rod this weekend. And like I said earlier, it was just my job not to screw it up. We knew we had the package to win this weekend, and it's awesome to have a sweep of the podium for the team. And like I said, a big thanks for the Guthrie's Garage, Visit Palatka, Mission Food, Franklin Road Apparel, all these partners that help us make it happen. And would have loved to do a little bit more green flag racing today and finish, a checker under green, but it was a fun race for us, and congrats to everybody that finished.
Nice. All right, now, Road America. It's getting loud over there with race cars. We need everybody to get loud. Corey Day, Tristan McKee, Mike Skeen, and then Ralph, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Okay, Ben, great. Thank you very much. An exciting Victory Lane podium celebration going on. Don't forget tonight, if you didn't get to see the entire race here today, you can catch our re-air, the encore presentation of today's Cube 3 Architecture TA2 race from Road America will take place on Speed Sport 1 at 7 p.m. Eastern tonight. And then coming up at 10 o'clock Eastern, we have great 1/8 scale RC racing, off-road racing coming up at 10 p.m. And then next weekend, it's an all-American motorsports weekend right here on Speed Sport 1. You're not going to want to miss any of that. As we celebrate our nation's birthday, we'll have a lot of great racing for you on Speed Sport 1. We will be back with TA2 and the Trans Am Series July 11th through the 13th. The Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series presented by Pirelli will run on July 12th, and you will see Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli on July 13th. Both those races live right here on Speed Sport 1. For Adam Andretti and Ben Sissel, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long from America's National Park of Speed, beautiful Road America, and congratulations, Mike Skeen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mike Skeen's asking for more prize money with the cheese heads. All right. So, Cora, you guys all getting champagne? Tristan's got special stuff. All right. Come on now, Wisconsin. Last time, Corey Day, Mike Skeen, Tristan McKee. Tristan doing so well in the points. Great championship day for him. Nice job. Oh, yeah, your cheese is going to smell like fresh champagne. Oh, man, right in the eyes. All right, you guys are excused for a little bit, Not so much you, Mike Skeen. There we go. Yeah, see, she gets it. I like that. Now, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series Pro-Am. This was so hard fought. Lots of great racing out there. Running for Cope Race Cars, Vixen Cycle. Let's hear it for Tom Sheehan, the Iron Man of TA2. Nick Middleton, co-founder, CEO of Cube 3, giving the trophies. In second place, and this was hard fought up to the end, running for Black Underwear with TRB Motorsports and Coolbox. Let's hear it for Jared Odrick. And I got to tell you, this is quite a rivalry between Jared Odrick, Tom Sheehan, Barry Bowes, Keith Prochek, all the great Pro-Am drivers. But in first place, running Team SLR M1, Asio Data, Franklin Road Apparel. Let's hear it. Barry Bowes, ladies and gentlemen. Last year's Pro-Am champion, showing us how to do it with Nick Middleton. All right, guys, we'll stand on your positions here. Barry's super excited to get out of the car. Tom Sheehan, man, you were out there in the thick of it all race long. How was your race?
I think I just missed all the wrecks, and I was kind of right in the middle of three of them, and just the racing god sometimes they shine on you, and we just made it through clean on all of them and kept our nose clean. And at the end there, that last wreck was unfortunate. I think Keith was running pretty good, and we just kind of backed into it, and that was it. So good day for Vixen and for Cope Race Cars, and we'll see everybody at Watkins Glen.
One more time, I'm sure there's people you want to thank, and you say we'll see you at Watkins Glen, but I don't want to leave them out.
Yeah, Jason, Jamie, and Matt, all the guys in the Cope crew. We worked hard all weekend. Just never quit. Just kind of kept the car clean, and that's kind of what it takes sometimes. And we'll take it. We'll go on to Watkins Glen, and thanks to everybody that came out today. And hopefully it was fun for the fans to watch. So we'll see you next week.
Tom Sheehan, ladies and gentlemen. Then Jared Odrick, 2 podiums in a row in Pro-Am, a first and a second. That's pretty good for the points. Jared, take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to end under yellow. I want another shot to get at Barry here and see what we could do in the last couple laps. I was really hoping for that. So while I'm sitting in the car thinking about how frumpy my suit looks, now that I now that I've lost a little bit of weight, I had some time to think about that. So if anyone helps me get a new suit here, I sweat through all of them. I probably washed it too much, but that's what I was thinking the last 2 laps, and then unfortunately we ended in yellow. But, you know, Barry's been strong. Barry's been on another level this year, and, you know, he's really asking all of us to step it up, and that's what we're doing. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you to Team TRB. Thank you to Crystal. Thank you to Black Underwear and Coolbox. Can't wait for the next time to get a shot at it.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Jared Odrick. Yeah. Jared, you've been cutting weight so fast, it's going to be hard to keep up with you in the suits. Barry Bowes, take the mic, man. What a great performance. And I saw you standing up there. Little ode to Willie T. Ribs up there. I love it. Tell us about your race.
It was a really great race. I was starting from not the best position. But, you know, I knew that the start was going to be really challenging. Road America, we've got such a long run before we get into it. And we don't get to just restart out of the corner. So I knew it was going to be hard fought every start and every restart, and it was. A lot of really clean driving from the guys around me. A little bit less clean sometimes, too, and you had to let that, you know, play out. Like Tom's saying here, right? Part of winning the race or being here is just avoiding the guys who are taking each other out. But I love Road America. You've got to drive part of it like a circle track. Part of it is horsepower, point and shoot. Part of it's like you're driving a Spec Miata and you just got to be smooth. So only track on the circuit that you got to be 3 kinds of race car driver to do good on. It's a super challenge for me, and I just love it. I'm so proud of the team. 1, 2, and 3 in Pro, and maybe in number 1 in Pro-Am. M1 race cars, number 2 in Pro-Am. Audric is doing absolutely fantastic this year. We run on the same team in a lot of the races, the West Coast races. And just had a great day, and I love it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Trans Am. And thank you for the checkered pants there, Megan.
Nice. I love that. And, Jared, I forgot. Scott, I'm sorry, I forgot. You're in an M1 car. Yeah, so 1-2 up here in Pro-Am. Nice job. Barry, marketing there for M1. How about that? Come on now. Let's get loud. Hold up those trophies. Tom Sheehan, Jared Odrick, Barry Bowes. Yeah, keep up that energy, Wisconsin. I like it. There we go. Oh, good snag. All right, Wisconsin. Whoop, whoop. That might have been the most dangerous thing to happen today. All right, come on now, Wisconsin. Let's get loud. Tom Sheehan, Jared Odrick, Barry Bowes. Nice shot, man. This Pro-Am is also heating up. It's been really fun to watch. 3 different teams up here. We've got Mike Cope Race Cars, TRB Autosport. Hey, Troy, where's Troy? Are you out of Minnesota? Wisconsin, baby. TRB out of Wisconsin, baby. I like that. All right, Wisconsin, last chance. Let's hear it. Tom Sheehan, Jared Odrick, Barry Bowes. Oh, Sheehan right into it. Come on, Wisconsin, get loud. Jared's drinking it. Nice job, guys. Congratulations. We'll see you guys at Watkins Glen in just a few weeks. Nice job. Maybe in a new suit, Mr. Odrick. Our Homologato fastest lap. Oh, Barry, nice job, man. Impressive. Homologato fastest lap goes to Mike Skeen. Guthrie's Garage. Visit Palatka. Mission Foods, Franklin Road Apparel. There you are, sir. Hold that up for Chris and the photos. Now, Kelly, it's a different watch. Yeah. All right, that does it for Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli at Road America. We love coming here. We will be back. But thank you guys so much for coming out. We'll see some of you down the road. CTMP for Jackie. Thank you guys. We love our fans here. We'll see you again next year.
The Trans Am Series is all about high horsepower and a big focus on the cars. The TA2 Series is driver development. We get a huge car count, we get great battles on track, and with me right now is Tristan McKee. He's a Chevrolet development driver, and he's gonna help tell me and you guys about what we do to make these TA2 cars fast and how you go about winning races here.
So yeah, we really have to be perfect with everything. You know, the competition is super stiff around here. So we really have to have all our cambers, air pressures, and everything right with our Pirelli P0s. You know, they're great tires, super reliable, super consistent throughout the race. We also have to make sure our balance is correct throughout the race, aero balance, mechanical grip, stuff like that, because race pace is super important. Sometimes we have long races with long runs, and sometimes we have caution-filled races like Sebring.
So you're playing with shocks, springs, you're adjusting rear wing, so that, and your thought is, maybe this is going to be a short run race with a lot of yellow, so I've got to be able to fire off really good, or man, maybe this is a race every year that doesn't have a lot of yellow, so I've got to have my rear tires still hooked up at the end of this race so I can come through these guys, right?
Yep, exactly. We missed it a little bit at Sebring. You know, we were expecting some long runs, so we had a little bit of a long run setup, and we just missed it because there was a lot of caution.
And another one around the 61.
Our TA2 cars are over 500 horsepower, a little over 2,800 pounds, and so as a development driver and you're coming up through the ranks, being able to just rake, tow, Ackerman, all sorts of things on this is the full package. So I imagine you're working with engineers and learning as much as you can from them, right?
Yeah, I've learned a lot driving these cars. You know, I come from circle track world, so this is very different from what I'm used to. I'm really enjoying it.
So the difference from running the circle track cars to running the road course stuff, what has been your biggest thing that you've been learning with your driving style?
I've had to work on myself a lot because usually driver's fine, it's more of the car, so I've had to, you know, redo all of my braking techniques because it's all different for this style of racing. So I've learned a lot doing this, and I think it's helped me a lot in the oval world, so I think it's really cool.
Awesome. Well,
thank you.
Good to see you and good luck this week.
Thank you.
See, you know, we have TA1, then you have TA2, which is, you see a lot of young talent learning, either being a road racer and showing their skills to move to IMSA or NASCAR, or, you know, development drivers, Brent Cruz, for example, Connor Zilic, who's amazing, and Thomas Annunziata, a lot of young guys that have the talent to move up, and that's where they get their feet wet. I like to see TA1 kind of become the next step for them to, you know, feel more powerful cars and a little edgier cars. The TA2 cars, you can slide around a lot. The TA1 cars are much less forgiving, more on edge. So I can see TA1 kind of becoming what TA2 is now, as far as the young guys getting big car experience.
I love Trans Am because it's gritty, it's tough. You know, it's not flashy. And that's what I love about it. It's real racing. It's pure racing. It's the way racing was meant to be, and I think that's what anyone in this paddock would echo those sentiments. The people too make all the difference. The people in the paddock are some of the best I've ever raced. I've been blessed that I can go race in about any paddock out in the United States, and this is the one I always want to come back to because of the people. The people are like family. So yeah, it's a special place to race. We've seen a lot of amazing talent come through this series. I mean, talent that we watch in the Cup Series every weekend. We see Justin Haley, he came through the Trans Am Series. We see Connor Zilic now, and he came through the Trans Am Series. We're going to see Brent Cruz for many years down the road, Thomas Annunziata. So these names and the talent that's come through, Ernie Francis Jr., it's been amazing to watch. And it's been great for me because at this, you know, as I've had a great long career in Trans Am, as we've been over 10 years doing this in this same series, I've gotten to see those, and I've gotten to nurture some of those careers and watch them grow, and it's very rewarding from my point of view to continue to do that. My only desire in my career, beyond where I'm doing in Trans Am, because I love it here, is because I make a good living here, people treat me really, really well, is the Indianapolis 500. It's always been a goal. I grew up in Indianapolis. I grew up just outside of Indianapolis in Brownsburg. That was always something that was on my radar, and always something everything I've ever done in my career, it's been in hopes that I would get a shot there. And so, and this is no different. You know, I'm surrounded by people that in this series that financially, if it came about and they got the seed planted and it wanted to grow a little bit, they could make something like that happen. So you never know what could happen in life. I know I'm not getting any younger, but I think as I get even older, being an Andretti, going to the Indianapolis 500 as a rookie, and in your mid 40s, I think there's a heck of a story in there, and a heck of an inspiring story, because I think something that's come to light here, especially here in the last 5 years, is men's mental health, and it really targets that age group, 40 to 50, where men are feeling lost. And if they can feel some inspiration from someone's story, and so, like, trust me, I would have loved to have been there at 18 years old. And that was my goal, was to be at Indy, long before now. But if I got there at 46, 47, 40, I don't care. I'll get there, and I'll be competitive, because I've got the desire, I've got the drive, I got the talent to go do it. So, but that's the only thing I have on my radar screen. Other than Indy 500, I don't have nothing on my radar screen.
Hi, I'm Mia Lovell. I'm 18 years old from Phoenix, Arizona, and I'm a race car driver in the TA2 Series. I would say aggressive, analytical. Honestly, the aggression kind of surprises me sometimes, because I'm a pretty laid-back person, but I don't know what it is, but when I get in the car, I just have all this aggression. Yeah, so I was adopted when I was 7 months old from China, and I just think that it's given me a pretty unique perspective on life, just because you think about how fortunate I think about how fortunate I am to be in America and have opportunities like this to be racing in the Trans Am Series. I mean, not a lot of kids, have this opportunity, so I just try to make the most out of every opportunity given and just make the most out of everything. I was actually a pro skateboarder before turned race car driver. So I've won all the gold medals in the California State Games. I qualified for the Tampa Pro, which is the biggest pro competition in America. So when COVID happened, all the contests shut down, so that's kind of when I stepped back from competing and skateboarding and started filming more video parts for sponsors, so going out in the streets and finding our own obstacles to skate. And that's also the same time where I was first getting into a car, just doing track days. I just thought it was like super fun, kind of in that vein of action sports that I was used to from skateboarding. But then I got into my first pro series, the Toyota GR Cup in 2023, and found that this could actually be a career. So I've loved it ever since. I love competing, and I'm always striving to be the best. But it's a little bit different in racing than it was in skating. In skating we would have like a 45-second run to do is the best tricks we could. Where here we get, quite a bit more time. We have 75 minutes in the Trans Am races, and so a lot can happen. You can pace yourself out. It's a long run game, a lot of strategy involved. The TA2 platform is great. There's no driver aids, so no ABS, no traction control, and that means being fast all comes down to the driver. And so that's why this series is inviting so many up-and-coming drivers, pretty much the next generation of NASCAR is coming through this series. And so, yeah, that being said, without driver aids, it definitely is a challenge to drive these cars. I mean, they are a handful, and you really have to wheel it 100% of the time. Yeah, so the goal is to win the Western Championship, but I really like racing in the National Series because there are a lot of really good drivers to work with. I'm running with a really great team, Nitro Motorsports, and I mean, on a national weekend, we have 8 or 9 cars, and we're all super fast. So getting to have really fast teammates to learn from, and it's also nice to have kind of a familiar face on track. And so we just want what's best for the team too.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people ask us, what are the different classes in SVR8? Because we technically have 12 classes and then a few special classes. This is a great representation of a Group 1 car, a 1300cc small, nimble, light car. So it's got 1300 cc's. This one's in the rear, but MGs, midgets, Bridgets, all kinds of things like that. But also Group 1 cars had to be built in a factory. So that is a small bore production car is a Group 1 car. SVRA Group 3, one of my favorites because I always love the small bore British production cars. Triumph Spitfire, a great representation. These Triumph Spitfires, very good Group 3 cars, always out there competing against the air-cooled Porsche 356s, the 912s, but I prefer the Spitfires. So Group 4, I can't think of a better representation than the beautiful Lotus 11. Back in the day in the 50s, Group 4 cars were like the top of the class, the elite cars, like a C-type Jaguar, D-type Jaguar, and then the beautiful Lotus 11s. That is Group 4, a little bit more rare than some of the production cars, technically production cars, but a lot more rare limited run. Group 5A, the sports racers, one of the most competitive classes we have in SVRA, a driver's class. These cars are easy to maintain, relatively inexpensive. They have 2-liter Ford Pinto engines that you could easily source back in the day from junkyards, and then the bodies are just little pieces of fiberglass. Really fun as 5A sports racers. SVRA 5B, a really fun group to watch, especially the really quick ones at 5B tend to be these Lotus 23s, the 23Bs, 1600cc engine. But something that Travis, the driver, just pointed out, you got 4 lug nuts up front, 6 lug nuts in the back, and that became quite a fiasco in the FIA back in the day. So SVRA Group 6, always a favorite of the crowds, the production American factory-built muscle cars with some race provenance, especially when you bring something like a Shelby GT350, an actual Shelby, and you will see these quite a bit at an SVRA weekend. Group 7, some of our sports racers, but this is a 2-liter, a little bit more beefed up, a little bit more downforce, a little bit more aggressive. They call it kind of the mini Can-Am. These are some crazy cars with crazy ideas as Group 7 and a lot of fun to watch. So when I think of Group 8, I think of these air-cooled Porsche 911s, just always been absolutely dominant in Group 8, but also representing Group 8 would be like the Datsun 510s, the B sedans, or the Alpha, the BMW 2002s. But I think anybody would say that the Porsche 911 air-cooled would be the best representation of Group 8. You need some help, Bill? So Group 10, kind of a catch-all to tube frame cars. So ex-Trans Am cars, some ex-IMSA cars, but then a really big growing group in SVRA is this Group 10 stock car. So you've got stock cars that would have run late model, NASCAR, Xfinity. Then we've got the Craftsman Truck Series over here. But Group 10 tube frame, custom built race cars from Trans Am, NASCAR, and IMSA. SVRA Group 11, and when you talk about Group 11, that's kind of like the prototypes, the LMP cars, but we might as well highlight the most famous Group 11 car, this Audi that just kind of changed everything in motorsports, but also this very car, Audi itself claims as the most winning Audi ever made, great thanks to Travis Engen, the pilot of this beautiful Audi R8. Group 12A, modern production muscle cars. So these are big, like 5-liter, basically our modern version of Group 6 cars, but a Ford factory production car that is a vintage car because it's kind of been obsoleted from recent racing, and we have a place for it here in Group 12 in SVRA. So a standalone group, maybe the most strict, historic Trans Am, easily a crowd favorite in vintage racing and SVRA. These cars here, it's just crazy being around them. These are actually the cars, just as they were, that actually raced in the Trans Am series back in the day. They have to be set up the way they were, and they are so strict, come with me here, that if they don't have pictures proving that this car had this Bell sticker on it, or Castrol, or any of these stickers, they can't run it. It has to look exactly like it did back when Pirelli Jones ran this car in Trans Am.
The Trans Am Series has been around since 1966. What it has evolved to in that time is right here, a 900 horsepower, 2,800 pound beast. This thing produces over 2,000 pounds of downforce and flies around the track on 18-inch Pirellis. They're 14 inches wide at the rear, 13 inches wide at the front. It's an 18-inch wheel. Hauling tail around here. They're one of the most vicious cars around here. No traction control, no ABS, just a fire-breathing V8 flying around at 200 miles an hour. We have a wide variety of examples to run in our XGT class. This is a Corvette. It's got 600 horsepower at the wheels, and it's running on the 18-inch Pirelli tires again. It's making a lot of downforce, and you're allowed a lot of variations in XGT. So we're going to see cars from all over the world competing. High horsepower, high speed. These cars do have ABS, but they are not allowed traction control. Fitting right between our GT class and our XGT class is SGT. This is a very versatile car right here. This is a Howe chassis TA2 that it started life at, but it's eligible for SGT. You add 100 pounds, it's still the same Chevy LS motor, same Pirelli tires, same everything, but it's eligible to go race against the Porsche, the Mustang, and the Corvette that were more popular cars in this class. The 3 GT classes that we have in the Trans Am Series is GT, SGT, and XGT. This is an example of our XGT cars. We've got a lot of different makes in this class because we're catching cars from all around the world. This is a Mercedes. It's producing about 550 horsepower. It's going up against some cars that have over 600 horsepower. This car in particular makes a ton of downforce. We're on our 18-inch Pirelli tires, and we've got probably 1,500 pounds worth of downforce that we get on here. And now moving on to our GT class. Here we've got a Mustang, 475 horsepower, 6-speed paddle shift. It's big downforce with the wing. It's got a huge splitter up front here. Also on our Pirellis, like every other car in our Trans Am Series here, this car is going to go up against a wide range of marques here. We've got an Aston Martin here. We've got Maserati here. We're racing against Porsches. We've got an Audi GT4 car here. Our GT classes encompass cars from around the planet, and the racing is amazing.
I don't really think about what other guys are doing, but I've got more laps in a race car than anybody else in the field. Just with the NASCAR stuff, I've been in so many different situations and thousands of miles driven. So, you know, it's very rare that I see something that I haven't seen before. But our whole field's very experienced too. Chris, Adam, Tommy, Amy, they've been around a long time. They've been doing this a long time. They know, they know when to push, when not to push. And I'm much newer to this style of racing than they are. But overall, I just have, thousands more laps and miles than they do, and it kind of equals itself out. We can't be dumb. In order to race competitively, you can't let off the throttle. So obviously you have to do it in the right, pick and choose your battles, right circumstances, be smart. But we're fully here to not run second, not run third. We want to win the race, and no reason why we can't.
Well, Lime Rock has always been home for me from a racing standpoint since the time I can remember. This is less than an hour away from my childhood home. It's really where the family kind of, I think, made its name in the sport. It's 40 years ago this weekend that my dad's team came out and made their IMSA GTP debut, won the race, kind of announced ourselves to the world as a racing organization. And as a 7-year-old kid, that's still a very bright memory. Obviously, with Trans Am coming back here and having such success, it's really satisfying to do it too with my own kids, and to kind of perpetuate and continue the family cycle. I'm still really grateful for the fact that I've recovered enough to get back in the car, because for a little while there it didn't look like it was going to be too likely. And I'd have to say that I'm probably most grateful for my family for just keeping the positive energy up, and actually, there were times where I just didn't feel like there was light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm thankful for all the people in my life that kept reinforcing the good stuff. And I think frankly, while I'm in that moment too, there's a retrospective thing that maybe goes on, that you don't generally allow yourself. You know, you're saying, look, I'm really grateful for everything that happened up to this point. And I think that's a good exercise that everybody should go through. One of the things that's most interesting about racing is how much absolute commitment it takes. And you get reminded of that when you see someone that actually goes a step further than you think you're going. And to me, this is a great way to kind of exercise your limits and in an environment where it's encouraged. That's not everyday life. So for me, like, the motivation here is to push my personal boundaries, get outside my comfort zone, and test myself. And I think every proper racing driver is wired that way. It's really the last of the unbridled monsters of racing. You know, you're looking at something that for 60 years has known what it is and apologizes for nothing. And I think there's a really strong place for that in this world that's trying to fit inside so many boxes, to have something that says, hang on a minute, we're gonna be loud, we're gonna be fast, we're gonna belch flames. It's rock and roll. It's racing as a spectacle, and it's powerful, it's aggressive, it's give no quarter, none taken, and it's not gonna say, sorry, I'm trying to be something else. It knows what it is, and it's a fight every single weekend. These are races that people wanna win. This is still one of the most prestigious series in worldwide racing. You mentioned Trans Am racing, everybody knows what you're talking about. Probably to a greater extent than anything I ever raced in.
TA2 was my first opportunity into the Trans Am Series with ECC Motorsports and the Hendrickson family, and it was a very exciting class to come into and help build and be a part of, and that was really super special. But the target's always been on the TA class. The cars are just amazing to drive, and again, with ECC, I was fortunate enough that they bought more TA cars and the whole bit, and I won my first TA race with ECC Motorsports, and that was super, super special in the Dodge out at Circuit of the Americas at the end of the 2019 season. So, and, you know, the TA cars have always been a target. It was from the time I was young. I wanted to drive TA cars because it was such a special car to drive. It was such a fantastically fun car to drive, and then you could see that. And for me personally, when I was young, you know, IndyCar was of course a goal or a target, but I was a 6-foot-tall Andretti, and you know, my whole family was making fun of me, like, if you want to drive race cars, you're better look at Trans Am. They're really the only thing you're going to fit in. So kind of inadvertently, I put it in my subconscious. But this is always a place I wanted to be too, because no Andretti has ever competed in Trans Am. And it's very hard in my family to go ahead and kind of lay your own groundwork for yourself in a series. And the opportunity presented itself in this series. And I've had an awesome career here. So I find myself really, really blessed, and like God put me right where He wanted me. I love the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. This place will always have a special place in my heart. Early on in my karting career, ran a go-kart race here. And then I had the awesome opportunity around 2007, I came here and spent 4 years as an instructor at the Mid-Ohio School. I still say it's the best driving school you're going to find in the country. Not only because the track is so technical, the instructors, the quality of instructors that they get here are absolutely amazing, and their teen school is really the teen school that everyone models their teen schools after. It was definitely a highlight of my life to spend 4 years here and work with the people at the school. They're all still my close friends. Sonny G, the general manager of the school, is one of my closest friends. Tommy Byrne, one of their instructors. Brian Till. I mean, the names go on and on. Aaron Quine is going to be running with us this weekend, and he's an instructor there. It's a quality place to go learn how to drive. So yeah, spend a lot of time on these grounds. They're beautiful grounds. They're well maintained. There's an energy about this place, and then when you drive it, it kind of falls into the theme of, if you drive the country roads around here, it feels like you're on one of those old country roads, and you're the only one that knows the best place around it, and it's pretty special to be here. So yeah, we make our 100 start. I get to make my 100 start as a competitor in the Trans Am Series, and I would have never thought that I would have racked up 100 starts. I mean, that's a dream come true in a big way. And first and foremost, you think about all the people that got you here, and that's countless amount of people to thank. But as far as inside this series and inside this accomplishment, you know, first and foremost, my wife Tabitha and the support that I get at home from her is second to none, and that's where it all starts. Like, if you don't have that support at home, it's really hard to come out here and even get any kind of longevity in something like this. So the Hendrickson family, ECC Motorsports, are the ones that brought me into Trans Am and gave me a lot of those starts. I would say I'm guessing, I haven't looked at the breakdown, about 50-60% of those starts have got to be with ECC Motorsports. But not just them. Dyson Racing, CD Racing has given me a couple of starts. Peterson Racing, I ran with them for a very long time. John Cloud, this is his last weekend as a team owner, and John Cloud gave me a lot of races as well to come out here. Ken Twaits, another guy. So I think about all these people, and then, you know, obviously Claudio Burton and Burton Racing, and who I've been driving for the last 2 years. The only thing I ever prayed for as a kid growing up is I just want to make my living driving a race car, and God has certainly provided that, and all those people played a role in that, and I am eternally thankful for each and every one of them, and for getting me to this point in my career, because I would have never thought I'd hit a century mark with any series. My personal Adam Andretti legacy is here in the Trans Am Series, and I'm 100% at peace with that. It's a wonderful place to leave a legacy. This is the oldest race. This is the oldest road racing series in the United States of America, founded in 1966. Anything that's got this kind of legs to it, you're blessed to be a part of that history. It was told to me today there's only 21 drivers in the history of Trans Am, and I got to think there's tens of thousands of drivers that have come through Trans Am over the history of it. Only 21 drivers have reached this milestone of 100 starts. So yeah, I'll just keep adding to that, and that'll continue to be my legacy. And as long as my phone keeps ringing to come drive these great race cars, I'm going to come drive these great race cars. But even after my time with the helmet is done in the Trans Am Series, I see myself being a part of this series for a long time. I love it. I believe in it. I think the people in it are very special, and I want to be a part of that no matter what. So I don't see me leaving anytime soon. The helmet may come off, but I'll still be here.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
How good is this? Look at this view from Lostowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
We are live here at Road America, America's National Park of Speed. It is the final race of the Speed Tour weekend here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. It's time for the Formula Race Promotions F1600s presented by Hoosier. Ralph Shaheen alongside Eddie Fuhrer as we get ready for this one. Eddie, we saw these guys race this morning, and they put on a darn good show.
Yeah, they did. A lot of fighting wheel to wheel all throughout the pack, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more of it in this time around. Hopefully we can get a nice clean race and get all 10 of these laps in.
Was there any good scuttlebutt in between in the paddock this morning?
You know,
anybody mad at each other or anything like that?
Not really. The one thing when you have these guys is that they're so cordial with each other and they're all friends, and it's often you can't get one of them to give an interview without them not saying first, I'm so grateful to have all these great competitors around me. So everyone just seems to be nice and cozy and friends with each other, but we still do have 10 races left in this season. So,
well, that first race today was all about Wesley Gundler, as he was pretty much the star of the show there, wasn't he?
Yeah, started the race on row number 4 and moved his way up. And Gundler made a nice move down that front stretch, getting past Cooper Travis, got in the lead, and then just had a fantastic restart coming out of that first safety car period.
What are you looking for in this one based off of what you saw this morning?
I'm looking forward to seeing what Parker Gill can do from pole position here, because he started that last race down in 12th position and got all the way up to the podium by the end. Parker Gill, coming out of Canada, it's his first ever FRP race weekend, trying to get some more reps in the F1600 car before coming back to Road America for the SCCA runoffs later this year. So that's his goal, to get more runs in that F1600. He'll start from the front in this race.
Gill in a 2014 Piper DL7 Honda, the BGR Piper race cars backed entry. Field is lining up behind our Elkhart Lake Blue C8 Corvette. We should be seeing the green as we come up the hill this time. Looks like everybody's found the right row. That's turn 14 as you look from our drone onto the front straightaway. And here comes the Corvette pace car to exit the track. There it goes, and the field is under the control of Parker Gill at this point as they make their way up the hill. Gill is on the right in the orange and black. That's Phil Kingham in the Spectrum 011H, the blue car, the Kingham Racing entry. It's a 2006 car. On the outside of that front row, waiting for the green. There it is. Final race of the day is underway here at Road America. And Gill doing just what you thought he might, already starting to pull away a little bit there.
Yeah, great start from Gill. Ayrton Kahn looking down to the inside, however.
Yeah, and Gill moves all the way to the outside, gives him plenty of room. And the number 3 of Ayrton Kahn at 2019 Van Diemen, Eric Langbeen Racing, Kahan Racing Team backed entry, moves right into the lead.
Yeah, Gill trying to hold on to second, but that is huge for Kahn, being the championship leader, being able to get out in front. But he's going to face a load of pressure heading down into 5.
And Ayrton and his brother Gabriel are in a tight points battle, aren't they, for the lead here?
Yeah, they're sitting at just the right amount where if one makes a mistake, it could open the door for the other.
Look at this, going into Canada corner, locking them up, sliding on those Hoosiers is the man that started on the pole. That's Parker Gill. He ends up back into second. Boy, he came bombing up the inside, didn't he?
Yeah, and then look who's ended up right behind him. That is David Adorno, the Masters driver, up in the 3rd position.
And Adorno did incredibly well in our first race today. He took class wins in each of the past 2 F1600 Masters races, which were at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. And he took the Masters title race, put himself right in the middle of it.
Yes, he did. Seeing Wesley Gundler making it past Adorno up in the 3rd position. He started this race in 6th. It's not as far back as where he started in race 1 and came to the win, so we'll see if he can get back to the front here.
Sweeping down through Kettle Bottoms. And through Canada corner, side by side for about 4th. Is that Suppley and Adorno?
Yeah, it looks like that between the 2. Suppley's going to be in that bright blue number 15.
Here's one coming up the inside. That's the 113, Perona.
Perona looking to get back to the front, had an issue with the car on the opening corner of the first lap.
Change for the lead, it looks like, as we come up the hill. But will it last? Across the line first, I believe, was Kahan, and then Gill is going to end up losing a couple of spots, even though he made that bid for the lead. Yeah, he's going to go all the way back to maybe 4th here.
Yeah, and Gundler, of all people, is going to end up back in the race lead.
Wesley Gundler having that great run this morning. He's got a 2012 FF1600 Mygale, sponsored by the Cahill Motorsports NGMP, New Jersey Motorsports Park. We'll be there in a couple of weeks. Here we go, back down the hill towards turn 5. Everybody hard on the brakes.
Kahn's going to end up in front and back into the lead.
Nicely played. Under the Corvette bridge. Eddie, tell me a little bit about the Hoosier tires that everybody runs in this category.
Yeah, Hoosier Tire supplies the tires for every single car in this F1600 field, and they've been a great partner of the F1600 Championship. And it really allows for a lot of parity, and it allows for some great racing to go on because these Hoosier tires are fitted onto these F1600 cars. It is one of the best parts of this series because you always see very tight racing like you're seeing right now.
Yeah, this is exactly what we saw this morning. Canada corner, great passing opportunity. Looks like change for 4th. Should be able to move Suppley up into 4th. Kicking Adorno back a spot.
I wonder what Kahn and Gill are going to have for Gundler coming on to the front straightaway out of 14 here.
They have 16 minutes remaining in this, or 8 laps, whichever comes first. And there they go, right by Gundler. Gill and Kahn both going past.
Could be even more spots down for Gundler as Adorno gets to the outside. Looks like Kahn is going to get through to the lead. Gill is sitting right behind, and Gundler is going to hold on to that final podium spot.
Yep, and Adorno's in the 33.
If Adorno stays where he is, it will be the best F1600 finish for a Masters driver this season.
Gill taking a look, and then we're going to go 3 wide with Gundler moving in.
3 wide into 5.
And they're going to get around Gill, and they're going to try to settle it here at turn 5. Right back to Gundler.
Some great racing so far here.
Yep, now with 15 minutes to go in this one. The FRP F1600s running their 3rd sprint race of the weekend.
Gundler going for his 7th consecutive podium in the series. He has the longest active streak of any driver. I can see also Adorno has made it past Parker Gill up into that 3rd spot, so we could see maybe if Adorno can potentially link up with Kahn, try to make it past Gundler again.
Into the kink. Well, you just have to be so smooth in one of these cars and not do that. Don't dip a wheel. Don't do anything that can cost you momentum. Fanning out at Canada corner. Suppley back in 6th in the 15.
Yeah, that 6-car pack pretty much running nose to tail as they head down into 14. See Gabe Kahn, the race 1 winner, sitting back in 5th, also in that pack. And you're going to see Gundler duck out here.
Yeah, he's got that green airbox on it.
Adorno and Gill with a lot of momentum. Gill going to the inside.
Yeah, right at turn 1, and then backs out. Little contact there. You can see Kahn get moved over. Knocked off line a little. 3 wide into turn 3. That could be a challenge.
And you can see how big momentum is in these cars. Eric and Kahn dropping all the way back to the 7th spot in just a couple corners.
That was extremely costly for Kahn.
It was, but it's good that he was able to keep that one on the track and be able to keep with this lead pack, because I think as long as you're hanging up there with these lead 8 or 9 cars, you should be in it as the race continues.
Well, you got to have 100% focus to run at the front of this group, because there's so many little things that can slow you down and take you out of the mix in a hurry.
Yeah, that is just the challenges that come with F1600 racing, as Gabe Kahn makes a challenge at the outside.
Winging our way over to the carousel. We'll see if anybody has anything for Canada corner on this lap.
Gabe Kahn got that move done into carousel. He's up into the lead.
We now have less than 12 minutes to go.
And then to the outside, Gundler's going to try to bring that one right back.
Here we are, braking for Canada. And that's going to be Kahn making the move. Gundler gets shuffled back a little bit, and Gill comes up. Gill to second.
That is 9 cars pretty much running nose to tail. Might be in for a great finish here.
Could be. coming up the hill. This will be 5 laps remaining.
Around the outside went Bob Perona. He might have gotten up to the race lead.
Perona in that 113. He's got it.
It's a fantastic move. Just had so much momentum and had to get right to the outside. And Perona, who has done some fantastic work as a driver coach, worked with some teams, including Andretti Autosport, has worked with many open wheel champions. Now, I guess, proving his credentials as a driving coach.
Doing a good job here today. Swinging out, setting up for 5. Here comes the 11 of Kahn on that outside line into the corner.
Kahn trying to carry that momentum, and yes, he has it.
Put him back in the lead here.
And then Adorno making a move up the inside of Parker Gill. That's for 4th position. Got to be careful you don't lose the leaders in front, as you see the top 3 breaking away a little bit.
Down through Hurry Downs.
Gabe Kahn looking for win number 4 on the season.
Well, we're inside of 10 minutes to go here, so these drivers know the laps are winding down. There's going to be 4 left when they cross the line. So they're going to ratchet up the intensity here.
Yeah, that's going to be for sure. We're going to see some really exciting moves come as Gundler going side by side for 2nd.
Gundler gets that 2nd position. 1 car off to Canada. Not sure who that was. Didn't get a good enough look at it.
That might have been the 4 of Parker Gill, as he was running right up there at the front. I don't see him anymore in that lead pack.
I think you're right. Must have been.
Gundler's going to pull out now. He's going to go for the lead as they come across the line.
Why not? Might as well, right? Gundler, Kahn, Perona, Adorno. Yeah, it was definitely Gill. He is dropping all the way back. Hasn't crossed the line yet, all the way back to 13th. There he goes, crossed the line. Gill is all the way back to 14th.
And then also noticing Ayrton Kahn down to 13th place. That could have some major championship implications. It will probably mean that if Gabe Kahn can hold on to this position, he will pass his brother for the championship lead.
When we talked about it, they were embroiled in a title fight coming into the day. It's turn 5. And we've seen Gundler make moves there. He's looking at 6 now. Inside line there. He's going to come out with the lead again.
Yeah, both those drivers, Gundler and Kahn, looking for all 50 points to wrap up the weekend. Forward to what? Chase Supley has a bit of a slide back there in 5th position. Opens up the door for Scott Rubinser to go side by side. And that is Rubinser off.
Yes. And probably stuck in that kitty litter over there, which could bring out a full course caution with inside of 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, we'll see who is.
So we get this one restarted.
Yeah, will we?
We knew things were going to start to get more intense here as this wound down. So these guys are racing to the line for what could be their finishing order. Popping up over the rise, headed to 14.
Kahn in front.
Kahn in front in the 11. Gabriel Kahn in his 2009 Piper DF5. Eric Langbing Racing, Kahn Racing Team.
Gundler, they're free
splitting
wide.
3 wide as they come to the line. Who's going to get it? It is basically a photo finish give it to Gunler. Perona and Kahn get shuffled back to third at the line.
We're still green flag.
We're still green,
racing.
but holy cow, what a wild run. Double yellow is out.
Double yellow out.
Full course caution, so that really was the run basically to the checker because there's less than 6 minutes to go now.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be Gabe Kahn who was first when that caution came out. He's at the front of the line, and that might be win number 4 for Gabe Kahn, and more importantly, that might be the championship lead.
So you don't think they're going to give it to Gunler? He crossed the line with the position, and the yellows came out after, right?
The yellows came out after, and I think that's the important part.
Because Kahn
got passed by the time the yellows came out.
You might be right. Wouldn't that be something? Boy, Kahn had driven a great back half of that race. To see that crossing the line go from first to third. I mean, it was dead even at the line when they crossed.
Yeah, and he started this race back in 11th.
Gunler and Kahn ran the exact same lap time on that last lap. There's a look. Perona was 0.008 of a second behind. Gunler and Kahn both run a 2:25, 2:33, and Perona a 2:25, 1:45, and Kahn just 1/10 of a second behind Perona at the line.
Yeah.
Incredible racing at the finish. This is what brought out the caution.
Got out Suppley and Rubinser.
Yeah, and around goes Rubinser, right?
Yep.
Out into that gravel at the carousel. Yeah, he's pretty far over there. You're not driving out of that.
No.
And they've got the checkered flag ready to go here at the finish line. So this is it, but it's which guy gets it.
Yeah, we'll see.
So Gunler's going to lead him up the hill.
It's
no, he's
Kahn.
not.
Kahn's
It's
the one
Kahn.
leading up.
So maybe Kahn's figuring it is mine.
Yeah, I think Kahn is swerving around as if it is his.
Checkered is out. Kahn was the first one there. Perona second, then Gunler, then Adorno. So Adorno will get. No, Perona's going to actually get the Masters.
Perona's going to get the
Masters win.
He'll be the first Masters driver to stand on the overall podium in 2025.
Wow, good for him. And then Gunler will be, or Adorno, I should say. I'm looking at colors and it's been a long day.
Yeah.
Hey, bear with me. So Adorno gets second and Kingham gets third in Masters. Here's that finish, and what a finish it was. And to think first and third ran the exact same lap time all the way to the line. Look at that. That is just spectacular, and that is what makes Formula Race Promotions F1600 such an exciting series to watch in action. And we get to see you guys along with us like a few more times this year, right?
Yeah, we get to be back here at Watkins Glen and then New Jersey Motorsports Park.
So Watkins Glen is, I think, 2 weeks out, July 11th through the 13th.
Yep.
There's the unofficial race results. Kahn, Perona, Gunler, unofficially the top three. They'll probably go back, take a look at any photos and all of that kind of fun stuff.
They might take a bid and
see exactly when that caution came out and all of the above. But either way, we got to see a thrilling F1600 event here. Final race of the weekend. What a way to close out a tremendous weekend here at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. And that's right after here is when the yellow comes out. And you can see Perona there. And then on the inside, the 11 of Kahn. Boy, if Gunler had hung to the inside, He might have protected that a little better.
Yeah. It's hard to tell for sure from that view because we don't get to see the exact moment the caution comes out. But if I had to guess, it would be Gabe Carr.
Well, these guys are completing their cool down lap, and they're going to head to Victory Circle. We'll take a quick break here, but we'll be right back to Road America for all the fun of the podium, and it should be a good one. Stay with us.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and is getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look on, Miller, look
Up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, SpeedCom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Wesley, come on over. You've been battling hard all weekend, and you were right up there. And it's nice to learn a few tricks from the old guys who just nicked you, isn't it?
Yeah, it was great racing the whole time. I really enjoyed racing against Bob and Gabe. So, pretty happy with this result. A little unfortunate timing with the yellow, but can't be upset with this one again. So, I always like to thank KO Racing and Apex Resource Center. And Hoosier.
All right, Mr. Prona, zip up your suit, sir. So we have an F1600, we have the overall, and then we have the Masters. Because normally the Master guys, we get a little older, we just can't keep up with these young guys. And but occasionally, one of these old guys gets heat stroke and realizes that, thinks he's a 14, 15, 16-year-old and battles like crazy. Mr. Perona, you did that today. Give us some stories.
I don't think I can keep up with these guys, but it's a lot of fun racing with them. They're awesome kids. They're really talented, and it's a lot of fun to see just great talented drivers come up through this series. I want to thank FRP and Hoosier for putting this on. I look forward to this stuff all the time, and had a great race with David. I mean, it was just mega racing all the way through the field, and everybody took care of each other. So really enjoyed it. Can't wait to come again.
All righty, great. Gabriel, come on over here. This one half of the Kahn brothers. They've been battling each other, doing double duty racing in both things. Last time your brother was up here, this time you're up here. You guys flip back and forth. It makes me confused. But that's a lot of fun. It's got to be fun battling your brother along with all the other teammates. Come on, give us some stories.
Yeah, I love competing against my brother. It's kind of unfortunate what happened to him. I wish he was up here with me right now. But, yeah, stuff happens. Our race was really good, though, coming from 9th. I think I honestly had a little bit of advantage from being on the track like 5 minutes before them. But I knew there was some oil on the track, so I used that to my advantage, and just had a really good race with Wesley and Bob, and it was super fun for us. Once I got up to the front, we were just trading positions, and the crew over at Eric Ling My Racing just put together a really good car, and I want to thank my driver coach Phil and Hoosier and the FRP.
All right, big shout out to Hoosier. Without Hoosier, we wouldn't be here. And the teams, you guys keep these guys up there on the track. And, of course, the parents and the families. Big round of applause for these three gentlemen. Yeah! All right, Masters, Mr. Perona, hang out here. Go swap your medal there. Put the other one on. Phil Kingham, come on up. David Adorno. And the top master is going to be Mr. Perona. So as I said, we have an extra little podium for the Masters guys because they race hard. Sometimes the racing, we do photo finishes. We always video, slow motion video, the ends of these races. And quite often, more often than not, we have to check in the back of the field, throughout the field, because there are a lot of mini races going on throughout the whole field. It's not just the top guys. All right, Phil, come on, tell us how this race was for you.
Well, I started second, which was actually phenomenal, but yeah, I couldn't quite stay up there. And then I got a little bit, lost a little bit of pace there when the local yellow came out. We don't see those much anymore, you know, because everything goes full course yellow. So I got myself a little bit too far back. But it was good running with these guys, and I'm happy with where I finished. We'll come back to Watkins Glen in a couple weeks.
All righty. Mr. Adorno, David, come on over here. Who knows, another couple laps. God knows what might have happened. So, but you did well. Come on, tell us how it was.
I got to say that was definitely the most intense race of the weekend. Big shout out to all the drivers up front, Bob, Wesley, the Kahn brothers. I mean, it was a battle to the finish. We were going too wide through places that you really shouldn't have two cars. But I got to say, these guys drove a professional heck of a race. Bob in particular, one person that when I first started here, I mean, Perona's name is synonymous with FRP, and I never in a million years thought that I would be on pace with Bob, let alone overtaking him and going too wide through Canada with him. So I got to say it was an amazing race. Huge thanks, of course, to all my sponsors, to Cordova Racing. This guy set up an amazing car. Cahill for providing it in spite of everything that happened. My mechanic Ian, and of course my cameraman Scott, FRP, Hoosier, Carbotech Brakes, and all of you fans for coming out to watch. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, David. Looking forward to seeing you in a few weeks. Mr. Perona, double sweep. Well done, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, awesome racing with these guys. It's just, I was just telling David, like, man, he's gotten so fast, and I've got to be watching for him. And he threw a couple on me this weekend that were like big, and it's just so much fun to race against him. I'm glad he's up front. Yeah, I just, you know, I wish we could do this every weekend. The racing here is just incredible. So thanks to everybody, and thanks to Cahill, and really appreciate it, Brandy. Thanks for letting me have a car, and we'll see you the next one.
All righty, well done. Big round of applause. Thank you to SpeedTour TV and everybody else. We're going to see you in a few weeks.